Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our City Council workshop tonight. It is Tuesday, October 1st, 2024. We are talking about the Capital Facilities Plan Work Program. I'll do a quick roll call, and then we can get started. Councilmember Van Orman. Here. Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Ball.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cargill.
Present.
Councilmember Spencer.
Present.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Present.
And do we have Councilmember Dunn? I know he was calling in. Just double check. All right, if you see him pop in, can you just let us know for the record? All right. Okay, we'll just go ahead and turn this over to Lisa.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Evan, can you go to the next slide, please? We are here again talking about our annual capital facilities plan. And I want to talk a little bit about process and timeline for the adoption first, and then we'll get into a little bit of context. So the preliminary draft of the CFP is actually intended to begin the conversations. This is a working draft at this point. Staff and directors have been working very collaboratively to bring this forward to you and looking at the timing of projects, et cetera, given what is going to be a relatively intensive work program over the next 2 years. We do need your initial input and feedback today on these projects, particularly on the 2025 projects, because today focus, because that will impact the budget presentation for sure. We can continue with workshops on the capital facilities plan as much as you need through November 4th. The SEPA and public hearing notice for the proposed CFP will actually publish by November 1st so that we would have the draft plan. That doesn't mean it can't change, but I have to have something to notice for that. And the public hearing for the CFP will be on November 12th. This is aligned with planned hearings for the budget, with the first read of the CFP ordinance on November 19th and the second read on December 3rd. And I'm following Kyle's budget calendar. There is an extra meeting in December that is a buffer should we get hung up anywhere along the process. So next slide, please. So just how to read the document. So it's based on the adopted 2024 CFP with changes that occurred with the transportation improvement plan that you adopted in June. We do this every year for the 2025-2030. We have adjusted future costs based on a 5-year average for construction cost index. We're looking at infrastructure construction cost index of an average of 7.8% per year. Building construction cost index, so that's for non-residential buildings, of 6.6% per year. So we're seeing these numbers come down as we get farther and farther away from the big bubble that we had in the early 2000s. Projects with grant funding reflect the full expenditure proposed, and additions and or updated dollar amounts or years are shown in red. Now that will not be in the final, but for these workshopped items, it helps you to kind of track what you've seen before and what's changed. And you'll see an explanation for changes included in the notes column. The notes column will eventually go away. Next slide, please. So here's the context, and I want to be clear on this. The adopted CFP is incorporated into the comp plan by reference. And GMA requires that we annually adopt a CFP to cover a minimum of 6 years. What's different in this year is that we have the comprehensive plan periodic update coming up. It's due in June of 2026. And within the 20-year planning period for that, we are expecting the city of Liberty Lake to reach build out unless we have some additional urban growth areas that are added that you as city council decide to annex in. But for what our boundaries are for today, we will likely hit build out probably in the next 15 years. So it becomes really important, maybe more important than ever, for us to really look at the build out of our city and what we need in terms of capital facilities, parks, transportation infrastructure, et cetera. Because if we don't plan for it now, we're going to lose the opportunity going into the future. There will be a day when we're Millwood and every piece of property is already consumed. And so that's a really important context. So we are proposing that as part of this 2026 comprehensive plan, that we plan for a full 20-year capital facility plan, which most of the larger cities do. And actually, you see that very often with metropolitan transportation planning organizations that do the 20-year. And this 20-year capital facility plan is intended to be fiscally constrained. What we call our unfunded projects list, which is kind of the items that just haven't made it onto our 6-year plan. We'll have one of those with the 20-year plan that will be what would be illustrative projects that we desire, but we can't in our fiscally constrained 20-year plan fund. However, we included on this list should grant funding become available or our financial circumstances change. I don't know about you, but my crystal ball is a little fuzzy looking 20 years out. Next slide, please. And I want to talk about this a little bit because we also have a pretty heavy duty planning effort coming up. The comprehensive planning elements, some big items on it are the population, housing, land use, climate resiliency planning, cultural and historic capital facilities plan, parks, those sorts of things. These are just some of the things that we have to do, but a big part of that. And these are items that are all going to feed into an impact at 20-year capital facilities plan. Next slide, please. So when we look at the capital facilities planning elements that we really need to dig into, we're proposing a Parks and Recreation master plan, a city facilities master plan, which, oh, by the way, was also identified in your strategic plan and was funded in last year's capital facilities plan. We're bringing it forward in this year. The pavement master plan, which is really going to give us a roadmap, a data-driven roadmap for maintaining the infrastructure that we've already invested in. The sidewalk master plan and our transportation network analysis. Now, I'm going to just, as a side note, we have just kicked off the Barker Road sub-area transportation plan, which is really dealing with the whole area that extends all the way to Harvard Road in our city to look at the things that are impacting our land use based upon transportation constraints on I-90 and in Spokane Valley. And so we are at the table. We are part of that. They will be building a transportation model that is a sub-area model of the larger transportation plan. And that actually will feed into our network analysis and will help us paint our fence, as it were, for part of the city. But as I said, we're going to do this for a whole build out scenario. Next slide, please. So I think it's important to realize that as we're looking at this capital planning effort that we're going to be doing as part of the comp plan, the next 2 years are pretty important from a planning perspective. And beyond that, those plans are actually going to help us build out the future years. So we have carried through projects that we have identified and cast capital facilities plan and really focused on those being in the out years for the most part, recognizing that this capital facilities planning, this 20-year capital facilities planning effort may well give us a clearer picture, clearer direction as to what projects and the timing of them and the funding for them. And so I want to say that the out years, you really have to, you're going to see a lot in the notes section where we're referencing subject to the outcome of the Parks Master Plan or subject to the outcome of the Facilities Master Plan. Know that these are placeholders in many respects for those projects. So with that, I'm going to jump into what has changed. Transportation, we have had a lot of changes on it, but some of them you knew were coming. So the first one is design for Country Vista, rebuild, and operational improvements. We're going to push the design out to 2026 just because of workload. We're going to have so much planning going on this year that a heavy investment in the design for a major project like that is a big lift for our staff. That's the first one. Also, Appleway frontage improvements are deferred till 2029 for design and 2030 for construction. Keep in mind that those Appleway frontage improvements are likely to be developer driven, but they're on this program in case that property doesn't actually develop. And at some point, we as a city say, we really need those improvements there because it's a real gap in our city. So we have it there. Yes.
Can I ask a question
Sure.
about TP4? So, are they going to, whether it's development driven or us, is there going to be lighting, so you can?
So
see?
we'll have to look at that within the context of that. We have there's also some real topographic challenges in that area for sidewalk because Appleway on the north side drops.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we've got it. In fact, you see that much of the sidewalk there is directly adjacent to the street. It's directly adjacent to the street because as it is, it's hanging off the edge of the earth.
Mm.
And in fact, we've had some real challenges even trying to get street trees in that area. And we've had to do some alternate methods because of the topography there. So that is, it's a valid question. But I think we would have to look at, it's more feasible on the south side than it is on the north side in the area that you're talking about. And that's something we could look at during the design of it. But it's, again, this is capital level planning costs. So, and it's so many years out, but that's a good question. The next one, I want to point out, we've removed project development. We had a placeholder for $100,000 every year. We've had through the course of the years, I think we've had 3 projects pop up where a road's blown up in the spring freeze thaw cycle. We got to fix it now or we're going to lose the roadway. And so we had put that in kind of as a placeholder. We have removed it with the intent that if we have a project like that crop up, that we would just bring it before you as a budget amendment. And so rather than artificially budgeting that 100,000 as just as a placeholder, that's kind of one of the changes.
Question.
Yes.
So are you saying that category will be eliminated?
That category will be eliminated. So if we have an emergency project, we'll bring it before you as an emergency ordinance.
Very good, thank you.
So, the annual street and sidewalk maintenance has been moved to the operating budget. So rather than, again, back in 2018, when we finished the strategic plan that we did prior to Mark, one of the things, there was a lot of focus on trying to plan for managing of our assets. And that was a way that we could say every year we're going to budget money to address some of the maintenance, et cetera. But again, those are really operating budget items. And now that we've made a habit of it, I think we can take it out of the capital facilities plan and put it in a more appropriate place. Yes.
Okay, again, I talked to Mark quite a bit about sidewalks. On the 28th of September, I think it was, or no, October, or yeah, it was September. I went on a little tour with Stefan Riker to show him, because I wanted to show him some of the sidewalks that have been brought to my attention, particularly by one citizen who was pushing her father in a wheelchair, and he darn near got bucked out because of one of these little cliffs, in the sidewalks, because they're moving from roots and so forth. So I wanted to see if there's a way we can work some money in for maintenance of sidewalks. And
That
I-
would be an operating budget. That's an operating budget thing. Now, what our code says right now, it is the adjacent property owner's responsibility. I will say also
Right.
that we have, starting tomorrow, we have a new code enforcement person that's going to be starting that will help us with some of that proactive enforcement with sidewalks, et cetera. There may be some opportunities. And again, the sidewalk master plan, we did bump the sidewalk master plan and the pavement master plan into 2025, in part because our public works director started so late this year that it's really not realistic for that to get done this year. But we will be working on those next year, and those are certainly things that we can look at as part of the sidewalk master plan.
Right, yeah, I know that, technically the homeowner adjacent is supposed to take care of that, but there's gonna be people that are just gonna say, no, can't afford it. But Stefan said if it wasn't too big, they could grind it.
Yeah, so they're limited in how much they can grind though, and a lot of these are beyond the grinding stage, so.
And Councilmember Ball, if you could direct those people to the website, you can file a complaint. That way we have a tracker of questions and requests from our constituents, and the staff has a way to track those. It's best to point them back to
Right.
City Hall. on
Well,
those
one of the
items.
individuals that brought it to my attention was one of our commission members.
Right, understood.
Yeah, so he
But-
knows how to do it,
Well,
but-
not all of them do. So if somebody brings something specific up like that, please try to direct them back to City Hall.
Right, I was just kind of horrified at the thought of grandpa getting bounced out. of
And
his-
we've had many complaints like that around the city over the years that we have helped address.
One of the other things I want to point out is that when we looked at the pavement master plan and the sidewalk master plan, we had included some money for annual data collection to keep the data up to date so that annually we're updating pavement conditions and whatnot. That's actually something that we're going to also put in the operating budget in future years. So just the master plan itself, the first piece of it is in the capital facilities plan. And as I said, that is in for 2025. Sprague Avenue rebuild, as you know, I mentioned it when we were in the tip and we didn't have dollar amounts for it yet. So based upon the geotech, what we were hoping to be a grind and overlay is not going to be a grind and overlay, and it's going to be a rebuild. And so the roadway is holding up actually quite remarkably well considering its condition. But given the cost, we have bumped it out. Now, this may change based upon the pavement master plan and whatnot, but we have bumped it out a few years to 28 and 29 for construction with design and bid specs to be completed in 2027. So we have some design for phase one. We have no design for phase two. So completion of kind of updating the design based upon any changes that have happened, and getting the bid specs in will be done in 2027, and the design for the phase two. And we do have it spread over 2 years because it's a fairly large area. It's also a fairly pricey project. The network analysis was in the transportation plan, or that was originally identified in the comprehensive plan and development code projects, has been moved to transportation. It is a transportation project. It actually is fundable through the Harvard Road mitigation fees and whatnot. And we're trying to keep the related planning projects together with the topic areas. Also, the stormwater was added to this category because most of our stormwater infrastructure is related to our streets. But it is a different funding source, and it was added based upon the stormwater master plan that was just adopted. So that's what you see in here. We are keeping the projects for stormwater. I will say that we are keeping 2 of the Sprague Avenue projects in 2025. One is being done this year as part of Appleway. 2 are going to be done next year because we're hoping to mitigate the impacts from the stormwater, and that may actually extend the useful life of the roadway. number one, and then the one project that really needs to be done as part of that, the timing has been moved out to align with the actual Sprague Avenue road reconstruction project.
Lisa, if I can just interrupt real quick, Councilmember Dunn joined us about 6:12. Kelsey, if you can note that. Thank you. Sorry, Lisa.
No worries. Next slide, please. So in terms of parks and public facilities, what has changed? So first of all, we had the master facilities plan that was identified as a comp plan and development code project, was moved into parks and public facilities. It's the new PF1. Also, we've added a police station improvements for 100K. And that was added to allow for the completion of evidence room improvements and other facility enhancements that are necessary for accreditation. The library improvements were showing the years of construction as to be determined based upon outcomes of some later discussions that hopefully will happen, that will get some later direction today. Also, the updated public arts request is based upon the Parks and Arts Commission request specifically. I will note that $32,500 was deferred from 2024 to 2025. That is the Kramer Art Project because they don't expect it to be completed. Also, we moved the Pavilion and Rocky Hill Park court resurfacing projects from 2024 to 2025. And other Pavilion Park improvements planned for 2025 were deferred to 2026, as was the Town Square Master Plan, pending the outcome of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So we'll let those set the table for those improvements. Next slide, please. Additionally, we have 3 projects related to City Hall asset management, one that was a City Hall council chamber expansion, and one was a parking lot renovation. We have actually pushed all those projects out until after the library project and after the completion of the facilities master plan. To try and give room for the library project. The storage building at Orchard Park for Winterglow was deferred to 2025. We did try and go out to bid for that and had some bidding challenges. You'll see a little bump in there to reflect the costs that are necessary, plus the inflation based upon what we saw bids coming in at. Renovation of the old library was added to 2027, pending the completion of the new library renovations in the master facility plan. We also have an addition of trash receptacles for Orchard Park and the ball fields added in 2025 to the tune of $24,000. Those are moving forward because they're both necessary from an operational efficiency standpoint, and they're also necessary to meet our development code requirements. The maintenance garage expansion, but we also have added a maintenance garage expansion behind City Hall to 2027 for design and 2028 for construction. So we're not expanding the council chambers, then we have room back there. Right now, you see all the storage back there. We want to get that all in a building. Next slide, please.
Lisa,
Yes,
if I could ask a question before, if you can go back to that other slide.
sure.
City Hall asset management projects, parking lot renovations, City Hall renovations. We've talked about that somewhat for a long period of time. I understand the benefit of postponing it. But recently, when we're talking about the library, we're looking at a very large expenditure there. And one of the things I brought up in the last meeting is that I think it's important for us to be able to move forward with that project. We have to have some idea financially what we're going to be committing to, what this building needs, what the parking needs, things of this sort here. So my concern would be if we don't have some dollar amount in mind.
We do have some dollar amount in
WAG,
mind.
yeah.
It's more, it's a swag. It is a
Okay.
swag. The parking lot, actually, we had a very good cost estimate on, but it's been future valued. And so we're using, I think we're still pretty conservative with our inflationary cost indexes. So I think that we're probably still pretty solid on that number. This is it's a reasonable swag from a capital planning standpoint for the renovations of City Hall, if we presume that we may be relocating the council chambers to the old library or something like that and renovating. Either way, renovations will happen there. Renovations will happen here, and we've got some pretty decent cost estimates for those from a capital planning level basis. The capital facilities plan, master plan, is really going to give us more specific detail, and that's important. But we've got some decent estimates in this
Okay,
plan
good.
right now.
Yeah, I have no challenge personally extending that out to 2025, 26, something like that. You know, we are working here, although it is difficult. It's just the dollar amounts. I think we really have to look at that very hard.
And that will
What
come.
our future expenses are coming up.
And again, pushing them out so that we have the benefit of a facilities master plan
Right.
to actually base those on. So.
Thank you.
And that is and I shouldn't mention this, by the way, that's already, we've already got some surveys underway, and I'm going to let Mark speak to that. And if you want to do it now or at the end.
Sure. We'll revisit this when we get to the workshop to discuss the library design and construction project. But to Lisa's point, one of the things that we saw as a shortcoming, a gap, when we first started analyzing the capital facilities plan a couple of years ago, is that we did not have any analysis to tell us or to guide us through the decision-making process on particularly facilities. And so that is where the master facility planning effort comes into play. It was programmed for 2024. It's underway. As Lisa mentioned, we've begun the analysis piece of that. BCRA, who is the firm that is also or was working to help define some of the conceptual layouts for the library project, is our consulting partner for the master facilities plan. So they're underway. They will be interviewing key stakeholders throughout the process, to include members of council, boards and commissions, staff, members of the public, as they go through their analysis to determine what facility needs are there between now and build out. So that process is underway, and going forward, that will help us define all of these and put a little bit better than swag estimates into a schedule that those numbers won't hit this plan this year, but they will be incorporated in future CFPs.
Thank you.
Quick question, Lisa. Can you help me determine the difference in PF3, PF12, and PF17? And the reason why I bring those three up is because they all kind of overlap with the current library and police building. And so I'm trying to, I mean, obviously those are two of our bigger numbers there, specifically on PF12 and PF17. So I'm trying to determine what all we're thinking would be included in those spots.
So the so PF3 is actually really PD started upgrading their evidence room as part of the accreditation process. They only got so far with what was budgeted last year. They've got a lot more to do. That's number one. Number two is they have other facility improvements that they're required to do as part of accreditation. And that is what the PF3 is about. It's strictly those specific things.
Okay.
So PF 12. Yeah. These so this is an HVAC rooftop unit upgrade in 2025 is based on our facilities, our asset management program. So this is just, when we talk about asset management, it's actually about just maintaining the facilities that we have today. It's not an enhancement, it's not an improvement, it's just something that we have to do. A couple of years ago, I had to replace my furnace.
Right.
It was just time. The useful life had passed.
And there's a 1.3 there in 2029 that would be,
And so we have, I'm sorry, I don't have the asset management schedule right in front of me. It's a very
Yeah.
huge spreadsheet. I'd be happy to share that
yeah,
with
that'd be
you.
great. And then we're thinking the 1.25 would just be, correct me if I'm wrong, would just be for the space that the library would be vacating. Is that correct?
So yes,
On
so,
PF 17?
so PF 17, yes, that is for the space, but keep in mind that right now it's pretty wide open space. We'd be repurposing it. We'd be dealing with, FF&E. So we'd have to furnish it. We'd have to provide electrical upgrades presumably. If that was going to be, say, the new council chambers, as an example, we would have to have audio and visual upgrades, which
Yeah.
are probably long overdue. Just saying. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question on, City Hall parking lot reconfiguration. Why is it so much more than City Hall renovations? It's like 1.5 million.
So this parking lot, we inherited this when we bought it.
Yeah.
All the lighting needs to be replaced. It's way past its useful life. Stormwater is non-compliant. We have to do a whole new stormwater system. Paving, reconfiguring it to create a more space efficient layout so that we can get more parking. All of that is going to, and it's out quite a few years. So, but asphalt is probably a big piece of it, the asphalt for paving, et cetera, but we just did a repair.
Oh.
And it was a long overdue repair, but that was it's just a patch to tide us over until we can redo the parking lot.
Yeah, there's some safety and liability concerns with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lisa?
Yes.
PF, let's see here. PF 15, storage building at Orchard Park. So, I feel like I'm having flashbacks on the situation with the Public Works building. I feel like it was around 100,000 originally when we first started looking at it, and Greenstone was going to do it, but then we had to bid it out.
They
That-
said they could do it for 50,000. There's no way they could have done it for 50,000.
okay.
Okay, that's number one. Number
Okay.
two, when we did it, we did a cost estimate based upon actual cost for the per square foot cost for building a basic storage building. No electricity. We were going to use clerestory windows and for daylight, and then we would have some electric lighting, which works really well, or some solar lighting, excuse me, which works really well. And our bids came back, the first time they came back really high, timing was not good. The second time we did have one bid that came within budget. It did come in within budget, but there were some challenges with that. We decided that, and the season is short now at this point. After we kind of determined that, the low bidder was not a responsible bidder. Okay?
Yeah, right.
So
Okay,
by,
so
Get it done.
responsive and responsible.
Correct,
There-
right.
by high, she means $700,000.
Right.
And so we are reevaluating this project.
But we did have some that came in, so we based this number on what the second low bidder was at, and it is more, so we had looked at 200,000. It is, so we've, with the pushing it forward and with the bids that came in, we based this on the second low bidder.
Can I ask the question of what square footage is that building?
So,
Estimated?
so that square footage was, it was 80 by 40.
I'm sorry, what?
80 by 40.
80 by 40?
Yes.
200.
Yeah.
A little less than 4,000 square feet.
So to reemphasize the point, we're reevaluating this project to find out if there are measures we can take to reduce size, scope. Obviously, those two affect cost. So
Right.
we'll be looking into that going into the new year.
Is it just a pole building?
Staggering.
So technically, you can't just do a pole building in the city of Liberty Lake with our architectural design
Yeah.
standards, technically.
It could be cheap. We could have a work party and put it up ourselves, you know?
Um. So we're on to next slide, please. So then, what's changed in terms of the comp plan and development code amendments? So our sign code amendment, we did in fact, you just awarded the contract. It came in a little bit above the 80,000 we had budgeted last year. It's at 90,000. We only think we're going to expend about 20,000 of it in 2024. So we're asking for 70,000, the balance of that contract in 2025. For the housing chapter, just because we've had some delays, we're making some progress with the steering committee of elected officials in terms of we have a methodology now. Yeah, we have population allocation and we have a methodology. So we are moving forward now. And so, but those were pieces that we needed to be able to even access the planning services for purposes of the housing chapter. So we rolled some of the funds that we had in 2024 and 2025 into 2025 and 2026. And by the way, now this aligns with our PUG grant also in terms of certain deliverables that are going to be happening with the periodic update grant. There is a new CPD 3, which is a miscellaneous comp plan analyses and mapping added to 2025 and 2026. And some of the timing is based upon the timing for deliverables of our PUG grant, and we are going to be using that on-call planning service to help us with some of the analyses. They won't necessarily be doing whole chapters, but they will be doing some of the heavier lifts for the data collection and planning analysis. The network analysis moved to the transportation section as TP 18. The facilities build out master plan moved to parks and public facilities as PF 1. And we adjusted the timing for the climate resiliency based upon the schedule for deliverables that is in the climate resiliency grant application. Next slide, please. So projects by others. So first of all, this is, I always want to point this out. We have this in here because these are TIF lift eligible projects. And so we have made adjustments based upon the partners that are actually planning on doing the projects. We've adjusted several project timelines, specifically Harvard Road Trailhead improvements was moved to 2025. They're still in permitting, and I think they're close to pulling a permit, but they won't be seeking reimbursement until 2025. Hub facility ball fields and parking. They had 2.5 million that was spread over 2024 and 2025. It's now all moving into 2025 because of where they're at with the project. Transit parking, the timing was adjusted based upon the latest STA plan. So when they're looking at purchasing the property for the high performance park and ride along the I-90 high performance transit corridor, but they're actually not looking at building it until much later in the process. And so those times are actually reflected in the STA plan. And the Indiana extensions, this is over in Trutina. That was moved to 2025 based upon the timing for that. Cataldo extension phase 2, which is phase 1 was the frontage along Western States CAT. Phase 2 is in what is being referred to as the Toledo station binding site plan, which is the roads are in design right now, but that's hinging a little bit on the sub-area transportation plan for Barker Road. So that BSP will not come forward until that sub-area transportation plan is done, which is, they're right now projecting that'll be early 2025 that plan will be done. It's an aggressive timeline, but, so that may slip a little bit. But, they are moving forward with the design for these roadways and are planning on building it before the binding site plan even comes through in terms of the infrastructure piece. And so that's based upon the adjusted costs were reflected in the TIP this year. But that was based upon the Centennial Properties estimates for that construction. Also, Harvest Parkway Extension reflects a new project for the CFP, also proposed by Centennial Properties. It was reflected in the TIP, and it's basically south of Mission Avenue, where Harvest Parkway has that elbow that goes behind Selkirk Middle School. They're proposing to extend Harvest Parkway. So the elbow, the piece south of the school, that'll have to change their name because Harvest Parkway is going to extend all the way down to Cataldo. So it's going to drop all the way down there and create some connectivity in there, which will be a good thing from a transportation perspective.
Lisa,
Yes.
if I can jump back for a moment, on the hub facility, ball field and parking, that 2.5, that's funding that they've been able to get themselves.
So the plan for the hub facility that is in the TIF and lift district, they are hoping to get TIF lift reimbursement for that project. And I think that's again, that's my understanding that they will be submitting for that. And we'll probably also have to be talking about a long-term agreement with this between the city and the hub related to they're dedicating the facility, but with their responsibility to do all the maintenance, et cetera.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah,
Is the hub funding this themselves up front then, or?
they're funding it through donations and a lot of in-kind services.
Yeah.
I think we have a lot of cooks in the kitchen that are all donating their services on this.
They've got a lot
project,
of,
so-
they've got some significant grant money too.
Yeah.
As well.
Okay.
Yeah. Next slide, please. And then the unfunded projects list. And all I'm going to say is this is exactly the unfunded projects list that you adopted last year. So there's no changes to this.
Yeah. And as a reminder, it's a wish list. If opportunities come up, and I'll jump ahead of myself, for example, we have the basically the investigation feasibility money in for the pool, but there's no pool funded. I got a call from a local gentleman who lives here in Liberty Lake who said, hey, I think there's a way the state might be able to pay for the pool. I'm meeting with him on Thursday. But if it's not on the list, then even if it's not funded, if it's not on the unfunded project list, we couldn't go after that. So just a reminder on how that works.
I'm sorry, Mayor, what was the subject? I missed that.
Oh, it was just an example, but I got a call from a local resident who's a lobbyist, and he has a thought on how we might be able to get the state to pay for a pool. So but that was just an example. So if grant funding for something on this list would come up and it's not on the list, then we couldn't apply.
Thank you.
But just to clarify, it doesn't have to be on the main plan, like we've plotted it out in a specific year. It could be on the unfunded
Correct.
list and
Yeah.
we can still pursue that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Which is why we'll always, even when we go to the 20-year plan, we're likely to have some projects that fall outside of our fiscally constrained plan, but are still desirable.
Yeah.
So that is the plan in a nutshell. I wonder if you have any questions, comments, clarification, discussion that you want to have. Mark, do you have anything to add?
As always, just a reminder that as we're looking out, especially in the out years, that these projects beyond the budgeted year are not funded. And so just keep that in mind as you're looking at this, number one. Number two, when we get to the discussion about the library design and construction project later on in the agenda, I'm going to draw your attention back to this document so we can talk through some of the projects that Lisa has already highlighted in some of the sections that she's gone over. Because hopefully we can talk about some potential reallocation or reshuffling once the master facilities planning effort gives us the proposed projects and funding strategies that will come as a result of that effort. So those two things, as we transition into the rest of the agenda, keep those in mind. And we'll revisit this once we get to item 9B.
I know, Councilmember Dunn, I know you're off mute. Do you have any questions for us on this?
No, not immediately. I'm grateful, Lisa, for the staff action. I think the movement specifically to the transportation improvement plan, several of these is an important action. So grateful to reorganize this in a more coherent way. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, well, there's no other questions. We will adjourn and reconvene for our regular meeting at 7. Thanks, everybody. All right, welcome everybody to our city council meeting. Today is Tuesday, October 1st, 2024. Want to welcome all of our visitors here in the chambers as well as those online. We are going to start off with the invocation given by Councilmember Spencer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So please join me.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful unto thee this evening for this opportunity that we have to gather together as community members and for the chance that we have to work on the business of the city. We are grateful for the blessing it is to live in this part of the country and for the general safety that we enjoy. We ask a blessing to be upon those who are suffering here in our country and throughout the world through natural disasters or armed conflicts, that they may be blessed with thy wisdom and thy peace, and that we may know individually how we might be able to reach out and help in some small way. We pray for thy guidance and wisdom as we discuss the affairs of the city, that we might be able to make wise decisions, that we will come to a consensus, and that we can accomplish the things that we need to. And these blessings and favors we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We'll start off with a quick roll call and expand this here real quick. Okay, Councilmember Van Orman. Here. Councilmember Kurtz. Present. Councilmember Ball.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cargill.
Present.
Councilmember Spencer.
Present.
Councilmember Dunn.
Happy to be here.
You're on a little visual delay there, so I'll have to remember that. And Councilmember Kennedy.
Present.
All right, so we are all counted, all present and accounted for. We will move on to agenda approval. Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
Mayor, I have one amendment, and that is to section 15, adding a section 15A, which would be reconsideration of ordinance 305.
Do we have a second?
And,
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Kennedy.
and 305 is the ordinance.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order. I
Yes,
believe
sir.
that it needs to be a request of reconsideration by one of the individuals that voted in favor of it.
Actually,
Not this part.
the ordinance as a whole passed
Yeah.
unanimously.
Just for.
Just for clarification, this is just the agenda. We're not talking about the items. This is just to put it on the agenda. So that's fine.
We'll do that when we actually come to it in the agenda.
Okay. Councilmember Ball.
Okay, I'd like to move 10.
Wait, we're not finished on this one yet.
Oh, okay.
All right, so all in, any questions on this item? Because I know it's kind of.
Just quick point of
Yes.
clarification. This is the ordinance that amends city development code and the River District specific area plan development regulations.
Councilmember Spencer.
Well, yeah, I guess my question is, what are we which part of it are we reconsidering? I guess we voted on that ordinance.
We'll let Sean explain.
So I think the reconsideration issue would be to address the ordinance in and of itself, as well as what was contained in the ordinance or not contained. So that's what it's for.
So all those in favor of amending the agenda to add 15A, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I know, I need hands or something. Okay, one opposed, two opposed? All right, motion passes 5-2. All right, next, Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, I just wanted to move, general business item B into the, general business.
Okay. All right, do we have a second to move, general business item B to, action items A?
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Cargill. All right, all in favor of moving general business B to 10B to 11A, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Any other requests for amendments? Not seeing any?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Spencer. All in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. We have ourselves an agenda. All right, we are moving on quickly to citizen comments. So it's nice to see lots of people in our audience. Hopefully we have lots of people online. We're going to just go over the general guidelines for citizen comments. There's a 3-minute limit. Topic is really anything. We are open about that, unlike some of our other neighboring jurisdictions. 3-minute limit. We ask that the comments be respectful. We will stop anybody at 3 minutes because that's only fair to everybody else. If the meeting is disrupted, however, we do reserve the right to shut down the comment. And if too bad, we could adjourn the meeting to a later time. I don't expect that to happen. So I will start first in the chambers. If you want to speak in chambers and you haven't filled out a yellow sheet, we have them next to the wall over there. If you just fill one out and get it to Kelsey at the end of the table over here, she'll log it in and get it to me. If you're online, if you could send a note to our meeting host, letting them know your name, and if you're a city resident or not, please do that. And then we will take the online comments after that. And again, just remember, when you do come to the podium, you can give your name. And if you're a resident of the city limits, we'd appreciate that. So first up, we have Shelley Smith. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thanks to the council for the opportunity to speak. Is there a timer that I can see?
It's going to be popping up. There
Okay,
you go.
great. My name is Shelley Smith and I am a 22-year resident of the city of Liberty Lake. City council members, why would the beautiful city of Liberty Lake choose to take a vocal stance in support of initiatives 2117 and 2066? Our community vision and mission mention our trails and green space and our goal of preserving quality of life, economic vitality, and sense of community. Taking a stance in support of this initiative is counter to these goals. Mr. Cargill brought this request to the council and is effectively using the city as a tool to further his day job as a conservative policy promoter. But this is the city we live in, and we are not policy pawns for Mr. Cargill. So I would respectfully ask that Mr. Cargill keep his day job out of the city council agenda. To further that, Initiative 2117 eliminates the Climate Commitment Act. Is this what we want to be known as standing for? That would result in cutting programs that protect forest health and air quality, leaving us vulnerable to wildfires. It would also cut funding for 30% of the state transportation plan. If our vision and mission is truly about quality of life, it makes no sense to take a stance in support of this initiative. From an economic vitality perspective, it is easy to say, oh, gas prices are higher because of this. But that is such a small-minded and short-sighted way of thinking. Our little city is doing great economically. Our financial dashboard shows us exceeding expectations. The resolutions say we believe the CCA has impacted or increased gas prices. But where are the data about direct correlation? We are not as a city being significantly impacted by the CCA. We are a minuscule part of the overall statewide sustainability program. So why would we take a stand as a city on this issue? Have business owners complained about this specifically? Why would we want our city to look like a bunch of uninformed climate change deniers? And finally, to our city goal of sense of community. Our city council positions are supposed to be nonpartisan positions. But just like the library issue last year, the council has been infected with partisan divisiveness that leads to these kinds of one-sided resolutions. With the library issue, the overwhelming majority of feedback from the citizens was against the goals of our conservative council members. They were not listening to the citizens of our community. Let's not go there again. How can we have a sense of community with this divisive environment? The citizens of the city are capable of making informed decisions about how we vote on our own. Unless the council is unanimous on this initiative having a negative impact on our city, which it is not, then we as a city should stay out of the politics of this initiative. Now, quickly on Initiative 2066, my arguments for this initiative are similar to those for I-2117. As a community, do we support clean air and quality of life, or do we support the profits of fossil fuel companies? Accepting this resolution as written is saying we stand behind the profit of these large companies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a reminder for everybody, we do operate our citizen comment periods as true comments. There's no back and forth with the council. We listen very intently, and if we do have to get back to you on something, we'll make sure we have your contact information so the staff can follow up. I forgot to mention that. That's part of my normal spiel, but I forgot. All right, Kim Schmidt.
I am Kim Schmidt, resident of Liberty Lake. I was also incredibly bothered by I think it was September 17th meeting where a very partisan slant was brought in front of council to vote on. Nothing from the other side was given. And I just wanted to do a quick little deep dive into what Let's Go Washington is and who supports them. Let's Go Washington is the organization behind the initiatives in question. The top 5 contributors to Let's Go Washington are Brian Haywood, multimillionaire hedge fund manager, who sponsors Let's Go Washington. Self-admittedly, Haywood moved from California to evade high taxes and increasingly liberal policies. BIAW Member Services, which stands for Building Industry Association of Washington, one of the largest home building associations in America. Kemper Holdings, which boasts 6 million square feet of 6 million square feet of portfolio, including retail, residential, hotel, and office space. Lawrence Hughes, he was the guy behind InfoWeapons and is a really rich Republican donor. Main Street Matters to Washington PAC donated large sums of money to Republican causes. We're already picking up a trend here. There's a lot of Republican-funded money coming in. Specifically to Initiative 2066, those who sponsored this initiative include Affordable Housing Council of the Master Builders Association of King County, Washington Retail Association, Association of General Contractors of America, the Washington Realtors, Local 32, which are the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union, ABC, which is Island Pacific Associated Builders and Contractors, Washington Hospitality Association, Association of Washington Businesses, my favorite, Northwest Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association. For 2117, which is the carbon tax, higher gas prices, so they say, many of the same organizations as already mentioned, but also including the Washington Trucking Associations and the Washington Farm Bureau. Now, what do all these organizations have in common? They stand to benefit financially from the passing of these initiatives. So who stands against these initiatives? I recommend visiting the websites no on2117.com and no2066.org for a full listing, but more than 300 community, environmental, faith, healthcare, labor, transportation, and tribal organizations have taken a stand against these initiatives, including my own union, UFCW 3000. Now, I stand up here today as somebody who cares deeply about our environment and the world we're going to be leaving to your children and grandchildren, because I don't have any children. Okay, but I am so deeply concerned about how horrible the environment is. My best friend's in Eastern Tennessee with 3 feet of water in her basement. She never thought that would happen.
I'm gonna need to stop you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Next up, Tom Sahlberg.
Neighbors, guests, staff, and electeds, Tom Solberg, River District, respectfully. I'd like to talk a little bit about time is money. Two things. Whether or not to invest city time in discussing and supporting initiatives. We've done this in the past. Last year on October 17th, however, it was claimed that all of us agreed on Resolution 23-252, which was Prop 1. I did not agree with it. I voted against it, and I spoke during that meeting. For reference, you can look back at the video of it. I am not in favor of using city council or staff time, nor claiming to represent all of Liberty Lake on any of these initiatives. Voters should use their own time and resources and vote their conscience. My vote does not represent any party, project, or city. It represents a First Amendment to which we took an oath to protect and defend. Secondly, the time we spend delaying the renovation and move to our new library is significant. Some of the comments that were given 2 weeks ago were we didn't get what we wanted or paid for. The cost is hard to swallow. Use the current building. Not sure how we can afford this. Need more information. Wait to decide on anything until the grant is in the bank. I want more options. What is the urgency? Kyle laid out for us how we can pay for this now. And tonight you have another workshop on refining a recommended budget and funding strategy for the library design and construction project. I hope that we move forward on this. In the past, it took the city council years to move ahead with Trailhead. I too was at every single meeting, and there was constant foot dragging. How much more did we needlessly spend in materials and other building costs with these delays? We did get exactly what we paid for, and Trailhead is making a better return on our investment now than it ever has. It is a better place to golf, meet, and hopefully soon to eat and drink with family, friends, businesses, and community gatherings, including our town hall and open house. By all measures, in 2 citywide library surveys, this is what the citizens want. Please stop the delays, listen to our citizens and staff, and move ahead with the renovation and move into our library, which has been the best steward of our investments in the past, the best support by our citizens and our nearby guests, and is truly the beating heart of Liberty Lake. Be good stewards. Time is money. Delays cost money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm waiting. I'm going to call next to, but just a reminder, if there's anybody online who'd like to make a comment, please send a note to our meeting host. Next up, we have Lynn Atkins.
Lynn Atkins, Rocky Hill Park. So at the last council meeting, the council's discussion on the library project reflected concerns about the funding and timing moving forward with the project. Large capital expenses deserve serious thought and discussion, and the council has the responsibility to be fiscally responsible. However, caution is needed not to delay a decision so long that it has financial impact on the project. Delays in decision-making lead to escalated costs as construction costs do not go down over time. In addition, the city risks losing the almost $1 million grant the library has worked so hard to acquire. I encourage you to start the process and also look for some alternative forms of funding if that is your issue. Are there additional grants available in 2025, 2026? Donations through fundraising at different levels. Patrons could buy a brick, a fixture. Local citizens, businesses, and organizations to sponsor rooms within the new library. Maybe it's a pavilion room sponsored by the Rotary Club. A GoFundMe page, although I don't think cities can do that probably. But don't wait to see what these amounts will be before starting work and moving forward. Take into consideration the value also of the existing library building. This is real property that can save money on other needed projects. It could certainly save on the expense of building a new building or expansion for City Hall. Do you rent that space out? Do you outright sell it? Do you convert this site into a community pool and a community center? The point is the value of the existing building is part of the financial calculation. Public buildings represent their city. They influence how people feel about where they live and visit. The library receives more footsteps than any other public building in the city. It provides programs, amenities that our citizens have told you they want and need. Participation is how they cast their vote. Almost 600 responses on the library survey. Impressive numbers from the library presentation last meeting on Touch a Truck, Foam Party, summer reading, continued growth in visits and checkouts. This is a wonderful investment, this library. The library provides amenities, opportunities for community engagement, and improved quality of life for our citizens. The library does a great job, but it can do more. It can be more with your support. Our city amenities are lagging behind our growth. In closing, I would ask that you find a way to move forward with funding and construction, providing a public building that is representative of this great city and the wish of what we want to become. The library, the city can take pride in, not only for books and knowledge, but for the amenities, engagement, and enhanced quality of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now next up we have Jack, and I'm going to screw up your last name. Tortorisi. I live that last name challenge, so I thought I'd just ask.
All right, so I am Jack Tortorisi. I am not a resident, but I'm here to represent our members who are residents here in your community. Jack Tortorisi, president of Laborers Local 238. Our members in your community build bridges, roads, buildings, and work on energy projects with family supporting wages and benefits. I'm going to speak against 2117. The main things for us are the cuts to the budget. So you got a 38% cut to transportation plan, transit, bike, safety, roads, bridges, and risk or the delay of cancellation for all of those things. Directly, some of the larger projects, I-2117 puts Spokane County at risk with their projects. Big ones are North-South Corridor, the Division Streets bus rapid transit, improving Pacific Greenway and pedestrian bicycle paths. And then, of course, maintenance and preservation, which is one of the biggest things where we have a huge shortfall in our state and for maintenance and preservation. If the money's not coming out of this, there's going to have to be another tax, and it could be greater. I mean, who knows, because it has to get paid for and the roads have to get fixed. The bridges have to be maintained. Major infrastructure projects would be seeing a loss of $5.4 billion through Washington State with this cut. And some of the other ones that are safe routes to schools, cutting funding, which is a program right now for sidewalks, signs, and safe travel for K through 12 students. That's pretty much all I have. Just everybody consider before they take a stance on something that really affects the people working in your community, and not only that, the roads and bridges and things needed to maintain them. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. All right, I don't have any more yellow sheets. Kelsey, did you get any additional ones? Okay, do we have anybody checking in online who'd like to make a citizen comment? Just a reminder that there will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Nobody? Okay. All right, so we will move on to announcements, proclamations, and special presentations. We have a couple proclamations ahead of us. So we're going to start with Fire Prevention Week.
Fire Prevention Week. Whereas the City of Liberty Lake, Washington is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Liberty Lake. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas home fires killed more than 2,700 people in the United States in 2022, according to the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA. And fire departments in the United States responded to 360,000 home fires. And whereas roughly 3 out of 5 fire deaths happen in homes with either no smoke alarms or no working smoke alarms. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half. And whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire, in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas Liberty Lake residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home. And whereas Liberty Lake residents will make sure their smoke alarms meet the needs of all their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. And whereas Liberty Lake residents should test smoke alarms at least once a month. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas Liberty Lake first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas Liberty Lake residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work for You, serves to remind us the importance of having working smoking alarms in the home.
All right, so before we move on, is there somebody who'd like to make a motion to support this proclamation?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Van Ormond. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor of supporting this proclamation for Fire Prevention Week, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right, any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Therefore, be it resolved that the week of October 6th through 12th, 2024 be designated as Fire Prevention Week throughout this city. And I urge all the people of Liberty Lake to make sure their homes have working smoke alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Spokane Valley Fire Department serving the residents of Liberty Lake. And sign this. And I will say before we do the handoff here, how important education is. When we moved into our new home earlier this year, the previous the owners had thought they would replace the smoke detectors properly, but all they did was they left the old ones, the ones that were wired, and put battery operated ones next to those. So we quickly figured that out and got them educated, but making sure people understand, smoke alarms expire after about 10 years and be very diligent about getting those tested. So we thank you for this. And also the ceremony is at Fire Department tomorrow at, remind me what time? 2 p.m. And I can't go. I didn't know. I'd send a note out to the council if anybody else could go in my place to be part of that ceremony. I don't know if anybody might be able to go. Mark, do you think there's anybody from staff who might be able to attend?
We can find one or two.
Okay, perfect. Well, if you let me come up, we'll present this to you guys. You want to try a picture with the council, or you guys want to stay out of this one? It's up to you.
It's all you.
Oh, come on. Not even a pause.
Here, let's at least get everybody. No, we're on the water. Slide behind.
Come on.
Some background here?
Sure. We'll scoot back so we look like we're all together.
Chair in the middle.
All right, yeah. Let's see everybody.
See all the faces here?
All right, thank you. We can note from those to David Gator, our communications guys cards on the wall. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, and do we have any Girl Scouts hanging out there? Because we're hoping we might have some. No? Okay. All right, our next proclamation is for the International Day of the Girl, which happens to be on my birthday in about a week or so. So we're going to go ahead and let Kelsey start that one off.
Whereas October 11, 2024 marks 12 years since the United Nations adopted Resolution 66-170 to declare October 11 as the International Day of the Girl to recognize girls' rights and the unique challenges girls face around the world. And whereas, as the world's premier leadership development organization for girls, Girl Scouts has emphasized public service, civic engagement, and the love of outdoors and camp in girls for over a century. And whereas, in these challenging times, Girl Scouts provides community and connection for girls and is a safe haven in all uncertainty. And whereas in 2024, Girl Scouts partnered with the state of Washington to support wage equality. And whereas despite a worldwide pandemic, Girl Scouts in this council adapted and overcame to grow 4,200 girls last month, the most since 2013, and vow to continue growing to provide girls optimism and adventure. And whereas Girl Scouts offers girls 21st century programming in science, technology, engineering, and math, the outdoors, entrepreneurship, and beyond, helping girls develop invaluable life skills. And whereas the International Day of the Girl focuses attention on the need to address the challenges girls face, including poverty, and to promote girls' empowerment and the rightful fulfillment of their human rights. And whereas today, on the 12th anniversary of celebrating the specialness of girls, we are reminded more than 50 million women are Girl Scout alums as role models to the 1.1 million Girl Scouts, and we recognize and honor the 1.1 billion girls across the globe who make the world a better place.
Okay, do we have a motion to support this proclamation?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Kurtz. All in favor of supporting the proclamation for International Day of the Girl, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay, not hearing any, motion passes 7-0. Now therefore, we, the mayor and council members of the city of Liberty Lake, do hereby proclaim October 11th, 2024 as International Day of the Girl in the city of Liberty Lake, Washington. And as a former Girl Scout, I am, I guess, or is it what everyone's a Girl Scout, always a Girl Scout? I don't know if that still holds, but proudly sign this off. And a thank you again to the Girl Scouts who were here at the last meeting to lead us in the pledge. Okay. All right, moving on. We have our presentation on priority-based budgeting. Mark, I'll turn it over to you and Kyle.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I'll call your attention back to last November. We presented what we called at that time a preview of priority-based budgeting. And since we're on the cusp of going formally back into the budget development calendar, we wanted to give you an update on not only what has been going on since that presentation, but what you can expect to see in part going forward as we get into budget development. And so we are going to tag team this presentation. It's a partnership. Myself, Cal Dixon, whom you know, will be assisting. And then we're also going to be joined by our consulting partner from Tyler Technologies, ResourceX, from the bustling metropolis of Cleveland, Ohio. Eric Fabian is on the line, and he'll present the middle of this and give you some more kind of formal details about priority-based budgeting and how we are configuring it to be used. And so if you think back, and Evan, if you go to the next slide, if you think back to that conversation, we were having, we presented information about how we wanted really to align the strategic plan and the budget in a way that wasn't disconnected over time. It needs to always remain aligned. And so what this is rooted in is this worldview or mindset that has been developed in partnership by the Government Finance Officers Association and the International City Management Association, and to a lesser degree by the National League of Cities. So much so that the GFOA has formally adopted the rethinking budgeting philosophy as what they're calling its budget operating system. And they did this at their annual business meeting at their convention in June of this year. ICMA is poised to follow, and that will happen within the next couple of years, I'm certain. And so if you look at this, and it's hard to see on the slide, we were intending for this to kind of look like a tablecloth in the background, and that represents the entire strategic plan. And so all of these other things sit on the premise of an organization having a strategic plan, having a strategic planning process that is refreshed at some interval, and then all of these other things fit within it in an interlocking, interchangeable cycle that doesn't really have a beginning or an end. You can enter this cycle at any of these points, and it's represented by performance, transparency, engagement, budgeting, and technology. And tonight, we are going to spend our time talking about the budgeting piece. And the budgeting piece, as I've already said, and as you'll see in the balance of the presentation, is going to be focused on priority-based budgeting. If you look at what the budget is, and you look at kind of the Mount Rushmore of policy documents at the local government level, the budget is definitely one of the four things on that Mount Rushmore of policy documents. And it's less about allocating money and more about setting priorities. And so hence the connection with the strategic plan. And really what priority-based budgeting does, and as you'll see, is it helps us to change the level of analysis. And so think of it as coming up from looking at pixels to looking at pictures. And so that's what you're going to see, and that's the major theme of what we're going to be talking about for the balance of this. And Evan, if you move on to the next one, and just a real quick level set, right? The budget, what is a budget, right? It consists of planning, allocating, and managing. That's what the staff does on a day-to-day basis. We're getting ready to bring you a plan that represents how we're going to execute the strategic plan in 2025. You will be responsible for allocating dollars to those priorities according to that plan. And then for the rest of the year, staff manages that execution and reports back to you and to the residents on a frequent basis. And what is the purpose of a budget? You see all those things on the right? It identifies community needs that local government decides it can produce on its own or in partnership. How far can current resources go to pursue those needs? We've talked a lot about that, and we'll do it again in another presentation later when we talk about the library design and construction project. And then where the local government goes to identify, bring in new resources if needed. We've talked about that. And then what is the investment plan that produces the intended results? We've talked about that, and we'll continue to talk about that. So with that, I am going to pivot now and turn the mic over to Eric Fabian, and he's going to walk you through a couple of slides before we get to Kyle's piece of this. Eric, take it away.
Well, I want to thank Eric for staying up so late.
Well, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Council, for the invitation to engage and discuss priority-based budgeting tonight. I am from the bustling city of Cleveland, Ohio, as Mark states it, and it's starting to get a little bit late, so I'll keep my comments brief on this side, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here. If we can move to the next slide, please. The focus tonight is really around why Liberty Lake has chosen to implement priority-based budgeting. And so this is a follow-up to a presentation provided, approximately 6 or 7 months ago. So the next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we are. So as Mark referenced, this GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, and ICMA, International City County Management Association, Rethinking Budgeting Initiative, is a significant advancement in thought leadership from 2 of the major local government membership associations in the country. And myself, on behalf of ResourceX and Tyler Technologies, is a contributor to this Rethinking Budgeting Initiative. And the kind of premise or philosophy around this initiative is that the challenges facing today's leaders require something different from our budget process. The budget process needs to evolve from an accounting function to a strategic activity, really understanding, as Mark outlined, that alignment between how we invest money and the strategic plan that many organizations have developed. And so this process is effective in both a time of resource scarcity and also in a time of perhaps resource abundance or population and economic growth environment like Liberty Lake, I believe, is currently in. Next slide, please. So there's three core value propositions that priority-based budgeting presents to local governments. And the first is budget decisions are driven by priorities. The second is reframing the budget around results. Results can be interpreted as your strategic plan, those outcomes that you're trying to achieve. And then finally, opportunities for readily available resources. And the PBB methodology and roadmap is relatively simple to follow. If we can move to the next slide, please, we'll see 5 kind of core steps. And the methodology always starts at the line item budget. That's not going away, and the line item budget does provide some value, but there's an opportunity to build a more robust data set on top of that line item budget to really help us understand what is it that we do, how much, excuse me, does it cost to deliver our programs and services, and how aligned or not are those programs and services we deliver to the strategic plan priorities that we intend to achieve. And once we've created that additional data layer on top of our line item budget, we can understand the full universe, I guess, of investment towards results and the vehicle, which is the program in which we're investing resources to achieve our results. And through that lens and analysis, we can then start looking for resource reallocation opportunities, and also create a budgeting framework that's consistent and transparent and allows evaluation between what the budget request is and the alignment towards your strategic plan and priorities unique to Liberty Lake. If we can move forward, please. Now, visualizing your budget from a results first perspective is really the underlying value of how we're connecting the strategic plan to investments and programs that we're delivering. And we want to be able to not only visualize this, but demonstrate and communicate, in this example, what shared prosperity means to this sample organization, how much we're investing to achieve that goal, and through which programs that reside in which department are we investing funds to deliver the impact towards any given result or outcome in your organization. And this will be a data set that will be available to council and city leadership and staff moving forward. Next slide, please. Conversely, we also want to understand not only what programs are highly aligned with our strategic priorities, but which programs aren't. And wouldn't it be great if we understood what programs have decreasing demand and are not mandated to be performed or delivered, are less aligned with your priorities, don't recover their cost, maybe are offered by another organization? Where are there opportunities to reallocate and repurpose resources? And we've created a PBB roadmap to facilitate these discussions with staff and others. Next slide, please. That clearly leads these conversations around reallocating resources and repurposing resources, and also what other new revenue opportunities, entrepreneurial revenue generating opportunities that are not focused on taxes might exist within the city, so that we can truly ensure that we are investing in those programs and services that are delivering the greatest impact for residents in the community at large. My final slide, and then I'll pass it over to Kyle, is that we want to, again, be able to visualize and demonstrate and communicate how and why resources are being invested and how they're aligned with Liberty Lake strategic priorities. And if we're able to create this new data layer, this program-based data set on top of our line item budget, then we can analyze that data and start to understand which programs and services are most aligned to community outcomes and ensure that we're investing in those programs to deliver, again, the greatest impact on behalf of residents in the community. So I thank you for listening to me. I look forward to additional conversation after Kyle's presentation. So I'll pass it to Kyle.
And Kyle, before you get started, I just want to point the council, you've got a sheet here in front of you that is titled Program Data Report. This is out of our system with our data, and Kyle's going to reference it. So if you want to follow along, you've got it in front of you.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Eric. Next slide, please, Evan. And so what you have in front of you is one of the roughly 60 programs that myself, Mark, and the other directors and city staff have put together that essentially encompasses roughly 80 pages of line item data that we review every year in the annual budget. And so this line item data makes up 25 funds that we are used to seeing as we go through budget review and approval. And essentially what Eric alluded to is that this is essentially we're moving up essentially one layer in our review of what the budget looks like. And so with this is the stormwater maintenance program that I'll walk you through. And it provides just some really phenomenal data that we can point to and say, this program cost us $193,000 in 2024. It roughly takes 1.06 people. That is a carve out of all of our streets personnel, a handful of parks personnel to make up this program. So you have personnel, non-personnel costs. The quartile is in reference to the alignment with a city's strategic plan. And so you will see some alignment, most alignment, none alignment, extreme alignment. You'll see all of these different alignments, and that ties us back to the strategic plan and the city council priorities. And so obviously we're going to have a description for every single one of these programs. And then leading over to the basic program attributes, we have these core questions that really define the future of this program, what we want to do with it, how we want to fund it. Do we need to increase service level? Do we need to decrease service level? And so specifically to stormwater maintenance, the change in demand, is it increasing or is it decreasing? And so we can say pretty definitively that that demand is increasing. Our city is growing. We just had a stormwater master plan passed that is going to identify some improvements that we're going to need to tackle over the next 10, 15, and 20 years. Are we mandated to provide this service? Yes, we are. Department of Ecology through the feds is mandating that we adhere to their regulations. And so the portion of the community served, most people use our streets, most people use our infrastructure. So the majority of our population is benefiting. Do we have any cost recovery? Yes, we charge a fee through property taxes and through stormwater fee and through the APA that covers all of this service. And so the last question is, does the city have to provide it? Are we the sole provider? Are there other providers that can provide this? The city is the sole provider of this. Before the city was incorporated, the county provided to an extent this stormwater service. So currently the city is the sole provider. There are going to be several other programs as you review this, as we fully implement, that the city is not the only provider. And so one of them from my department is risk management. We can self-insure if we meet all the criteria. That would be incredibly risky, and I don't envision that we do that. But there are opportunities for us to evaluate Can we provide this at a lower cost? Can an outside entity provide this at a lower cost and proceed accordingly? And so as we get into the strategic plan priorities, we have these 4 core ideals that we're going to measure each one of these programs against. And if you see minor or none, that doesn't mean that we decrease the funding. It is simply a measure against what we are seeing under the city strategic plan. So public safety and well-being, minor. You're going to have a lot of programs on here like patrol that are going to have a strong alignment with public safety and well-being, of course. And so we're answering each one of these in the context of how stormwater maintenance affects each one of these priorities. And so,
Kyle, real
yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
First of all, I really, really like this. I think it's a great way to get it across to the community as well. My question is, who decides the answers to some of the questions? For instance, I would assume if the council or the mayor proposed a program, part of the reason we would propose it is because we believe that a portion of the community would be served.
Right.
So it would make sense to me that everybody the answer to that question would always be majority benefiting, unless it was something, specific that the council passed. So I guess I'm just trying to determine who decides what the answers to all these questions are. Is it city staff?
So Mark, myself, and so through the onboarding process, we have gotten kind of an idea of what has worked in other entities and really tried to copy what has worked and implement it accordingly. And so, and I will give you a couple of examples of the portion community served majority benefiting. I can tell you, if we go through and look at golf course operations, the majority is not benefiting. Some are benefiting, but we can score this against what we think, to your point, the majority should be benefiting, and that's kind of what we're measuring that against. But there's going to be some of these where you're having a very small percentage, they're vital services, but the majority is not benefiting from.
And we made a specific conscious decision here to assign the meaning of this to direct benefit. And so it's somewhat subjective, but we've chosen to align it to direct benefit so that we can differentiate between a program like golf course operations and something like stormwater maintenance.
But it doesn't have to hit a certain number of points or anything to be considered majority benefiting or minor, some strong. It's basically just a staff, what staff consideration?
There's a scale. So I believe majority is over 50%.
Yeah, and there is, to your point, there is a number identified that provides none, some, strong. I think we talked about extreme. That's an extreme word. So I think we're going to play with the wording on that a little bit. And so, but yeah, and so, yeah, you'll see this sheet for every single one of the programs we've defined, and this encompasses what you see, essentially a summary of every single line item that we have in the budget. So, and so if we execute this, if we fund it, if we execute it, next slide, please, Evan, we would expect to see some results. And how do we measure that? And this is going to be, again, different for each program. But if we fully fund and execute stormwater maintenance program, we should expect to see stormwater infrastructure handling peak flows during each storm event. And we should expect to see aquifer contamination via stormwater runoff is controlled within acceptable limits each year. And so, again, this is just an example. You'll see this for each one, and we've identified key results that we should expect to see for each program, kind of as we cross the finish line later this year and into next year for a full implementation. So.
And with that, we all stand for any questions that you may have. I will point out that last slide, the results slide, is what we haven't spent a lot of time talking about. And so the goal is for, like Kyle mentioned, each 60, is it 63, 65, whatever the number of programs is, you would have certainly one, in some cases, 2 results. So now we're talking about the ability to track investment and return on investment for every program that the city operates.
Any questions for Kyle or Eric or Mark?
And
Hey, this is Dan.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
First, I'm thrilled and excited about the work that I see here, and specifically connecting results and priorities to the spending lines. How will this be manifest to us? I mean, will there be documents, for example, that are part of this budget for us to consider that will show and illustrate these effects?
So yes, and so as Kyle mentioned, we have one of the sheets that was summarized on the slides that he just presented for each program that has all of this detail associated. In addition to that, we've got the ability to produce any kind of report that we want to that shows expense revenue relationships, investment return on investment relationships, how much personnel is part of this cost, how much non-personnel is part of this cost, how much of the programs are co-owned by different departments, any and all of that. We're considering this to be a transition year. And so we want to walk you through the process so that you know what to expect, so that it's not such a shock to the system that we spend our entire budget preparation time trying to explain the documents. So what you'll see is a normal budget process like you would ordinarily experience. Alongside of it will come the PBB process so that you have a clear understanding of how it is going to then become the level of analysis that we begin using and primarily so that you can get this type of information. Again, think of it going from looking at pixels to pictures.
Great. Thank you, Mark.
Councilmember Kent.
Question, no, but comment, yes. This is absolutely outstanding. I could not be more excited that we're going to this trend. In 2017, 2018, I attended several meetings through the AWC where some of the cities who were there were using this. And they had already had 2, 3, 4 years experience with it. And they were really pleased with the results because what it was able to do, thinking back on it, it was able to get the focus to the decision-making individuals is that this is where we are. And this is how this particular thing affects us somewhere else on it. So this is a brilliant move. Our company has done this, similar to this for years, to be able to look at what the priorities are and how do we get the funding for it and how will that affect the future of the company. And it's no different for the city. I'm excited that we're in the process of getting this done.
I think Councilmember Ball was next.
I just wanted to make sure I understand. We'll still have the line items, so correct?
Yeah, so your annual budget and essentially, so especially this year, will consist of the line item. That review is not going to change. And so as we transition maybe into 2025 and 2026 and beyond, you will start to see every single one of these programs included in the annual budget. And really a foundational piece of that is to make it easier to digest for everyone. And so they can point to this program, this is what it costs. Do we need to increase, decrease, and pull the levers that way instead of trying to figure out if we need to increase supplies and postage by 10% and decrease professional services. And so that really, it really, to Mark's point, I don't want to belabor it too much. It really puts this into a much better focus as you're going through the line items that this is what the program costs.
Thank you. Great. Anybody else? Councilmember Kurtz?
I just wanted to say thank you for the time that you guys have put into this and thank you for the leadership, Mark, in bringing this forward, because I feel like at this point we have the money tied to results, tied to our priorities. And I think that puts the whole picture together for everybody. It explains why we're spending money the way we are, that they're matched with our priorities and what results we expect to get. So I'm very excited about this as well. And thank you guys for, I imagine, what was incredible time putting this all together for us.
Okay.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. There's no more questions. We will move on to reports and inquiries. First up, City Council. Are there any City Council reports? Don't all jump at once.
Isn't there another?
Hey, Madam Mayor.
Hold on. What did I miss?
Art funding? Isn't that next?
Oh,
Councilmember
sorry.
Dunn was
Dan,
volunteering.
go ahead, Councilmember Dunn. My bad.
No, if there's an additional presentation, I otherwise had a council member report.
Go for it.
Hey, well, this is a shout out from the American Public Transit Association's Transform event. This week I'm traveling with the Spokane Transit Authority This is a national conference of an association to provide professional development, networking, and exchange amongst transit authorities throughout the country. Highlights for me have been meeting with the regional Federal Transit Administration officials to review FTA's funded projects for STA, which are again a very complementary position as completed on time and under budget. Projection then into the upcoming grants that will be projected, Division Street BRT as an example. It was a great compliment as the regional administrator reviews our materials in the discussion, as that most of the time in these meetings, he's dealing with the problem children, but that our own Spokane Transit Authority exceeds in many ways. Great moments for me in development would be sessions covering artificial intelligence and how, as a public entity, how software services providers need to recognize where artificial intelligence is being used for the protection of our public served groups, as well as just listening carefully to the staff and their observations, what their perspectives are as action. So great opportunity. And I'm actually, another observation would be that same FTA regional administrator complimented that there were 4 voting board members present for this event. Traditionally, these events are attended by staff exclusively. So for board members to participate reflects a degree of participation and further support for the actions of staff. So that didn't go unnoticed, even by others. I'd shift gears then and just put a shout out to our local Hub Sports Center. For Thursday of last week, they had their annual event, a fundraiser, the All-Star Breakfast, in which, Madam Mayor, I think you were there too. It was a great showing. This event held at the facility rather than at the Miracle Park Hotel because they outgrew it. Greater than 400 in attendance were able to not only listen carefully to the programs being presented, but then turn and make donations. And I'd make a special recognition of the Inovia Foundation, Shelley and Ben present to present a $50,000 in-kind matching check. So it was an honor and a tribute to witness the outpouring of support to specifically Executive Director Phil Champlin and his work on that facility. Alongside then, you got a chance to walk out on the fields, which are almost done. I think Phil indicated one of these will be available for scheduling starting in this month. So great to see a big commitment in our, I'm going to say investment in our community with respect to sports and activities. And I personally witnessed that as economic activity. I can say with my own personal experience, all the parents in the room, the number of events that you have to go along with your kids to attend, this place will bring people to our community. And along with that, all the other, I guess I'd say, receipts and revenues that hospitality and the greater part of our region will be benefiting from. So thanks, and I'm grateful that the hub's in the community.
Right, same here, and thank you for participating in this event, Dan. It's first time I believe anybody from the council has been to this. So thanks for taking your own personal time to do this. All right, any other council reports? I thought I saw a hand. Did I not see a hand? Going once, going twice. Okay. Mayor's report. I said a couple people stole my thunder. You will meet at the next meeting. Our code enforcement specialist. We didn't call her an officer. Law enforcement background, court background, previous experience with code enforcement. So really excited to have her on board. Plethora of alphabet soup meetings over the last couple of weeks. Greater Spokane Inc. Economic Development Committee. Annie and I, Councilmember Kurtz and I, attended our 2-day in-person training event for the Collaborative Elected Leadership Institute. I always stumble with that. Great in-person time with some of our other elected leaders over the across the state. We had a virtual session today for 3 hours, another one tomorrow, and our last in-person is in Tri-Cities in the middle of October with a capstone project due at AWC in 2025. I had a chance to attend Social Media 101 with MRSC, a lot of great information. And I think I had mentioned a little bit to you, to Councilmember Kurtz, and I'm going to get to you guys and probably everybody. Actually, I've got copies of all those slides. That's great for everybody to review, but they'll be really helpful in as we're reviewing social media and ethics policies and things like that to keep us out of trouble. Upcoming events, we've got Greater Spokane Valley Chamber Government Action Committee, the SRTC Board Visit Spokane Board. Mayor's Exchange is this Friday, headed to Ellensburg for that. Innovia is having its 50th anniversary celebration. And Winter Glow, we're a little bit far away, but there are still tickets to the Winter Glow dinner. I know there's a couple people around who can point you to getting tickets for that. It's a great fundraiser for Winter Glow. And I did have an opportunity to take about an hour with Ben Turner and Stephen from Roadside. We went through and we took a look at potential locations for new flashing pedestrian crossings. One being at Swing and Country Vista, kind of down from Liberty Creek. One at Blue Ridge and Country Vista in Rocky Hill for, again, another safe path to school. And they're looking at other locations. And we also talked about what we can do to work on better signing our school zones, whether it's changing out our flashing lights to be more like River Bend off on Mission. If you see that, the lights are flashing during the reduced speed time, and you don't have to interpret when children are present, and they're programmable remotely. So we're looking at that, and they're also looking at options to cut back around the signage where it says start and end school zone, because a lot of them are blocked by trees, and then some options for possibly pavement painting, as long as it falls within the MUTC. Did I get that right? I forgot last letter. Anyway, the guidelines on how we can mark streets and sign things. So look for some of those improvements to come up. I think that's enough for me for now. So we'll move on to City Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council and viewing public, a couple of events and reminders. We are quickly coming up on the end of another season of the Liberty Lake Farmers Market. We have 2 more scheduled weekends, weather cooperating. And so if you want to get out there and experience it for this year, you've got a couple of more Saturdays to do that. Believe it or not, I was talking with Councilmember Spencer earlier, and we said we can't believe it's October 1st. Before you know it, it will be November the 5th, and that is National Election Day. And so general ballots or general election ballots will be mailed on October the 18th. And the reason I bring that up is because from a voter registration deadline perspective, there are a couple of deadlines to keep in mind. The online registration deadline is Monday, October 28th. Same date for registration by mail. You can register in person up to Election Day, November the 5th. If you need to figure out where to go to do that, go to vote.gov. And it will give you all of the information for your area. But October 18th, ballots will be distributed. And I'm going to invite Lisa up to the podium to give you a little bit more information about the comprehensive plan public meeting, which is scheduled for October 21st. Lisa, take it away.
Mayor, council members, we're really excited about the kickoff meeting for the comprehensive plan on your dais today. You had a little flyer that we have just printed out. We are actually going to be distributing this to Liberty Lake businesses to post around town, etc. So we'll have some glossier copies printed tomorrow. There's a QR code that will take you to our newly minted web page. There's also some links to the Zen City page for some community engagement, but we're just doing the final cleanup on that. So you can certainly go there now, but it'll look prettier in just another day or 2. So we are in the throes of planning for that. This is going to be a staff-driven kickoff meeting. So we are going to start with kind of an open house with some different stations and tables and boards where people have an opportunity to engage a little bit. We will then go into a staff presentation with lots of opportunities for comments and questions. And then we'll end the meeting again in the more open house style of meeting. It's going to be at 7 p.m. at the Rotary Room at Trailhead. And we will be posting, as soon as we get the final cleanup on our website, we'll be posting it in a news flash and sending it out to notify me. We're really trying to get the word out. And we hope a lot of people will come. We'll be able to give them a pretty good overview of what all's encompassed in the comp plan and all the different ways that the community can get engaged. So very excited about this. Any questions for me? I do ask that council members and commissioners, I know we've sent out some invitations to you all. If you could let me know if you're going to attend so that I can make sure that we have it properly noticed. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Beyond the comp plan meeting, any other questions about the reminders before we move on? Okay, with that, I'd like to invite Kyle back up to the podium to introduce our newest staff member who is in the Finance and Administration Department.
Thank you, Mark. So with that, I, on behalf of every single department in the city, are ecstatic to welcome Mark Verhage as our new procurement specialist. And so we just talked about PBB. One of the programs in PBB is procurement. And this has been historically siloed in each different department and, you know, not disjointed, but just everybody does a little bit different. And so this is essentially our effort and our final push to centralize this process. And it is going to make life so much easier for all of the directors and staff that work with this function on a daily basis, all the way down from ordering a stapler all the way up to $1 million public works projects. And so Mark doesn't know this yet, but he's also going to be responsible for travel as well. So he has jumped right in, and I am thoroughly impressed with the ground that he has covered just in the last couple of weeks. His first day on the job, I gave him our financial policy document, and he read it. And I'm sorry, Mark, for that. But he has been staying up to date on changes in public procurement law. And perhaps most importantly, one of his core functions is going to be grant research and writing. And so with any skill, luck involved, he's going to pay for himself 50 times over. So with that, Mark, if you're online, if you want to say a couple things, now's the time.
We need to promote him. Oh, there he is. You're on. There you go.
Hey, good evening.
Welcome.
So, thank you very much. Kyle, those were really nice words that you said. So as he mentioned, my name is Mark Verhage. I am the procurement specialist. And, you know, like kind of Kyle covered, my biggest role is going to be just kind of centralizing and standardizing the whole procurement procedure. And then obviously looking at doing some grant writing as well. A little bit about me. I grew up in the Valley, boated on Liberty Lake as a kid. And then kind of prior experiences. I come with about 4 years of procurement, mainly in a manufacturing environment. So this will be my first kind of small local government that I've ever worked for. So that's, you know, a little bit about me in a nutshell. And I'm just really excited to be on board and look forward to kind of learning everything that everybody has going on and kind of establishing myself as a key player on the team here. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Welcome
Thanks,
aboard.
Mark.
Okay.
All right, moving on to legislative priorities. I bring this up again because I wanted to just give the council a preview. Earlier today, and I know you haven't had time to look through it, I sent you out the Association of Washington Cities 2025 legislative agenda. They recently voted to adopt this, and so it's the long version. They also have the short version. But I wanted you to have all of the detail behind some of the priorities that go down into just kind of a watch list. And so that is only for reference, right? When we get to a workshop that is scheduled on November the 4th, if you'll remember, we moved the first November meeting to the Monday, so it's going to be on the 4th. We're going to have our workshop to discuss the city's legislative priorities for 2025. And so I wanted you to have something to reference. And then obviously we can use other sources and just having the conversation amongst council and staff to set some of those as well. And so just giving you a preview of that. Between now and then, we will send additional information to you as, say, the Valley Chamber puts their draft out and other local organizations puts their drafts out so that you have those for reference as well as we approach that conversation. Any questions about that before we hit our last item? And our last item is really just a reminder that we have several openings on all of our boards or most of our boards and commissions. And so if there are folks out there that are interested in participating in local government and want to make a difference in the place that they live, this is a great opportunity to do that. Visit our website at libertylakewa.gov and find out what openings are available. You can even apply online, and we can get you more information if you want to learn more about each board or commission or how to apply for an opening. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my report.
Okay, so speaking of commissions, we have a report from the Community Engagement Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Kaminskis, City Council members. My name is Bill Norman, and I'm here this evening with the assignment to share with you the assessment from the Community Engagement Commission regarding our recent town hall meeting. With regard to promotion and invitation, we used the city website, social media. We did a physical mailer, printed and distributed pass-along cards to different organizations in the city and individuals. The electronic sign at Country Vista and Liberty Lake Boulevard there, and Splash. The only medium that elicited specific mention from the attendees was the mailer. We see this as validation of our conclusion that this is the promotional element most likely to reach and elicit a response from the largest, broadest segment of our citizens. The setting and the ambiance, Trailhead provided an excellent setting. We believe that total attendance was 44. Of that total, about 22 were citizen participants. We can easily accommodate double that number in the venue, perhaps more, especially if the weather permits us to expand out onto the patio area. Boards by Brit did an excellent job with the hors d'oeuvres, providing a welcoming, sociable ambiance for our meeting. With regard to the format, the reception with hors d'oeuvres proved to be a great way to warm up the group, engender familiarity, and perhaps encourage participation in the ensuing town hall meeting. It also provided a welcome opportunity for the city's boards and commissions to engage with citizens and promote broader participation. We could consider shortening the reception component by 10 or 15 minutes and adding that to the town hall portion of the meeting. Experimentation is good. The mayor and council were prepared and open in their responses. Having everyone present and participating was optically awesome and substantively powerful. People could ask and get answers, and they did. And this was synergistic. People came away feeling good about being there. We did a great job, and by we, I mean you, of making sure that everyone knew how to connect with the mayor and council if they wanted to pursue any issue at greater length, or if they had questions that didn't fit in our time constraints. That really resonated with me. Going forward, the CEC is in complete agreement that we should think of this recent town hall as the first of an ongoing series of town hall meetings held at intervals that make sense in terms of public interest, transparency in local government, and the need for dialogue. Comments from citizens who attended our recent town hall meeting indicate that they would be inclined to reach out to friends and neighbors to encourage their attendance at subsequent meetings. We surely want to catch and amplify this wave of interest. However, before we get too serious about a second meeting, we should make serious focused efforts to answer the what and the why of a next meeting. The mayor and city council will surely have informed opinions about these questions. Also, we might discover that citizens have compelling ideas about what they would like to discuss in this type of setting. Looking ahead, we'll need to be sensitive to the potential of fatigue and or boredom that can result when anything becomes common. Routinely, perhaps twice a year is a good rhythm, with the understanding that we can always gin up a meeting if circumstances and issues demand. We think that the format works well. We may discover opportunities for refinement, but for now, we believe and recommend that we can and should run with what we've got. It was awesome. And you really made it so. So thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work as well.
That was a pleasure.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, next up, Spokane Valley Fire Department. Welcome back.
Good evening. Chief Soto would just like to say, he apologizes for not being here. He's in Montana. They're doing a staff ride. Staff officers go over to places to learn about past history, about strategy and tactics. And they're at the Little Bighorn battlefield with 20 other officers from Spokane County. So they're doing that. So I'm here to represent the fire
I
department.
was like, they're having fun and you're not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm here. No, it's great to be here tonight. I'll make this real quick with our presentation tonight with our numbers and so forth. As you guys all see, last month, we ended up doing 2,100 calls, and of course, the majority of those are medical. We did still, the amount of wildland fires was on the rise, and especially since it's dry. In fact, we had another one today just down on Otis Orchards, just across the river. Somebody was using a reciprocating saw, a little spark hit the grass and ended up burning a hedgerow out. And when again, the wind was pushing pretty hard, so we got on it pretty quick. So it's still very dry out there, and just definitely want to remind people that we're not out of the woods yet. So next slide, please. Again, the hot spots in the district right now, as you see before, like I told you last time, Station 1 right in the core is usually, like I say, one of our busiest fire stations. And again, you can see that the hot spots where the majority of our calls were for the year. Next slide, please. Again, for the year, we're up to 18,000. Again, the majority of those are EMS calls. Next slide. And again, for the year, you can definitely see the core of the valleys where we've been having a lot of our activity. So next slide. And as we break down our units that respond, again, one of our busiest fire engines is Valley Engine 7, of course, second is Valley Engine 1. Valley Engine 3 that provides service for Liberty Lake is right in the middle there as well. So it's been a very busy year as well. So next slide, please. Again, by stations, Station 8 is one of our busier fire stations, and also that I think I explained to you last month. That's also a double house. It's got a ladder truck as well as an engine company out of there. So we do run 2 units out of there. So it is a very busy station. Next slide. We provide calls out. This is kind of what's showing where we go out of district, providing services to the city of Spokane, Fire District 8, Fire District 9. You'll see there's unserved area that is Idaho. We've done some mutual aid over into Kootenai County, and of course then Fire District 3. Overall, then having automatic aid, it definitely helps us, because then Fire District 8, City of Spokane, and Fire District 9 come in and assist us. Again, it's all about being the closest unit. Next slide. As you see, the totals for the year, we are up 6% from last year's call volume. Overall, from the fire district, we are, again, it just, the amount of calls and amount of services that we're providing is definitely on the uptick. So like you say, if you look at the numbers back in 2020, we were at 13,000, and right now we're at 18,000 4 years later. So a 5,000 run increase it's definitely taxing our resources. Next slide. And now for what we represent here in Liberty Lake. Next room. We've had 105 calls for the month of September. Again, the EMS breakdown, 3743, all the EMS calls. You'll notice we've had quite a few MVAs and so forth, and again, some fires. Next slide. Again, the map for the month of where the majority of our calls had originated from. Next slide. And then for the year, we're at 983. Again, the majority of those are EMS calls. If you do look at the MVAs, I mean, for our small little area, 67 motor vehicle accidents in this region itself. It's definitely, although it is I-90 that comes through there, but a lot of it's on the side streets. So next slide. Again, the map for the year, and as we discussed last month, where the hot spots are is where those care facilities are located at. And next slide. For the year, like I said, for the month and for the year, Station 3, this is right down the street here. That's what provides the majority of the service. Valley Engine 4 to the north comes in, as well as Valley Ladder 10. So, but the majority is handled by Valley Engine 3. Next slide. And again, for totals, we are up for 1% here in Liberty Lake from last year's call. So, do you have any questions?
I don't see it.
Is the increase mostly EMS?
It is. And again, with the age of our population and again, the growth, that's the trend that we're moving forward to right now.
Great. Any other questions? No, always appreciated.
Thank you so
Thanks
much
for
for your
being here.
time. And again, just remind everybody, we're not out of the fire season yet. So definitely thank you for everything. So.
Great, thank you. All right, next up, Liberty Lake Sewer and Water. I know nobody's here. Do we have anybody online? Doesn't look like it. All right, well, if somebody pops in, we will give them opportunity to catch up. So next up, we are up to workshop discussions. The first one is refining a recommended budget and funding strategy for the library design and construction project. Welcome, Jonathan.
And Mayor, I'll kick this off, and we're going to also team up on this one. And so we have several contributors, including Jonathan Miller from our partner with Turner and Townsend Harry, and Jandy Humble, our library director, and Kim Gerard from our Board of Trustees. And so if council will recall back on the September 17th workshop, we had presented a schedule in that presentation that reflected that our plan was originally to bring a item for consideration on the October 1st agenda. This is October 1st. We don't have an item on the agenda, primarily because based on some of the discussion that occurred and some of the feedback that we received during that workshop, we wanted to take another opportunity to kind of clarify some of those recommendations and get any other questions and comments out on the table so we could hopefully address those and get you the information that you need so that when we do come back on October the 15th, we'll be ready to fully consider that item, hopefully with no remaining questions left. Before I invite Jonathan up to start with his piece of some of this clarification, I wanted to just provide some additional information. Some of the comments that we got were related to the options that you saw. And I'll remind you that we had option number 1 and option number 2 within about $150,000 of the estimated budget on each of those, between 5.7 and 5.8 million. Throughout the development of those, we had quite a number of conversations across the entire team that toyed with whether or not we wanted to present options on a wider cost range. And ultimately, what we decided was that we didn't want to invest the time, energy, and cost associated with bringing forward what we considered to be non-viable options. And so you'll learn in a minute why we considered those to be non-viable on the low end. On the high end, we just didn't believe that bringing anything north of that 5.8 million was a viable option. We didn't see a lot of support for it in the data that we got from the public feedback process. And so bringing anything beyond that just didn't seem like something that, again, was viable. And so with that, before we get into some of the other discussion, I'll invite Jonathan up and ask him to share some of the comments related, or some of the information related to the comments on the low end of that potential range, so that you have that information and can ask any of those questions as well. So Jonathan?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. So part of what I was tasked with after our last presentation was what would it look like if we took it down to about a $3 million total project cost. So I just want to run through some numbers of what that would look like if we were in the $3 million total project cost range. So what it gets us is it gets us bare minimum code minimum upgrades for electrical, HVAC, plumbing, fire protection, gets us a vestibule, which would be required, select demolition through the building, a kiosk for book checkouts. And then from there, really, once you add on contingency and escalation, adding in all the soft costs for sales tax, design fees, it actually puts us at $3,081,000. As hard as I tried to get it down under the 3 million, I just couldn't quite get there. What it does not include in that $3,081,000 are any offices, a community room, no new furniture, no new shelving, no conference room, nor no floor boxes or additional power outlets, no new Cat 6 cabling or wireless access points, no book drop off, no daylighting, no study spaces. So not only would it be a significant step backwards from the current library that exists, I think it would be hard pressed to even call it a library. It wouldn't be like any library that I've experienced. And when we looked back and looked at what that $5.7 million option was, that the community tended to gravitate to, it really was just meeting programmatic needs. It wasn't, in our industry, we use the term Taj Mahal. It wasn't a Taj Mahal. It was meeting programmatic needs, driven and shaped by staff. And then we took it, and I think a lot of it was validated by the community as well. And so we took it a step further of what would be a lateral move if we went into this new larger space and kind of called it apples to apples, but in a larger space. My gut tells me we'd be pushing that $5.5 million range. And part of the issue is those last several $100,000 that would go into a project of this size. Those are the things that really enhances a user experience. That's the stuff like the daylighting, that's the furniture and the soft seating. It's the data and the power outlets. Those are the things that the users notice. You know, they don't notice the new lighting, the ceiling tiles, the fire sprinklers. There's a base cost of construction. So those last few $100,000, those are really the things that end users care about. So I think that touches on Mark's point of why we landed on those two options to deliver the program that I think was validated largely by the community. And so with that, I think I can either answer questions now or turn it back over to you, Mark, and answer questions later.
So that we don't get too far off of each piece of the presentation, I want to make sure that there is ample opportunity to ask and have questions answered. So,
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just real quick. Of the three, which you said it basically included the bringing the building up to code and the kiosk.
Yep.
But of the 5.8, 5.9, or the 3, what is the actual number to bring everything up to code to do what we have to do to the building? Because a couple of months ago we were talking about 2.1, 2.2. Is it still there, or has it gone up now and we're closer to 3?
No, so it's now, so the only thing from what I rattled off would be the kiosk. The kiosk wouldn't be part of code. All those other items, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, that would be code required. The vestibule would be code required. And then we have the added bathrooms as well.
So basically it's about 3.
Yep,
for
correct,
code.
correct.
Any other questions at this point? Okay.
so with that, thanks, Jonathan, and hang around. There may be other questions as we get deeper into this. I wanted to transition also and talk a little bit about the presentation that Lisa delivered earlier in the work session regarding the capital facilities plan. And so I'll draw your attention, and you may not have it in front of you, but the current adopted capital facilities plan, and if you don't, that's okay, I'll walk you through it. On the one that she presented tonight, if you go to project PF4, which the project name is New Library Facility Upgrades, and that's the same project number and the same project name as you find in the current adopted CFP. Just pointing out that when you look at this, and this is elementary, this isn't intended to be insulting, just as a level setting. When we adopt the budget on an annual basis, the 2024 or the column that is associated with the year whose budget we're adopting is adopted and those dollars are appropriated. Everything in the out years is what would be considered a planned project. So there may be funds available, but those projects aren't what we would call funded at that point, right? We still have to do work in the future to fund those things. And so the reason I point that out is because in project PF4, the new library facility upgrade in 2024, the amount that was included in the capital budget and appropriated was that basically $181,000 that was, we were contemplating being deep in the year when we started design work. And so that was largely to cover those elements of design that would have occurred in 2024. And then you see the planned 2025 and 2026 expenditures of roughly 2.3 million in total. And so really what we're talking about, if you compare it to the two conceptual layouts, option 1 and option 2 that we've been talking about, is a delta of about 3.4 million, 3.4 million. And so that was the number that during last council meeting in the workshop, Kyle presented some information about how we would propose to cover that. We did not contemplate using a debt instrument. We contemplated using reserved funds to cover that delta.
Mark, can you explain that again? I got lost when you said, how did you get to the 3.9 or 3.8?
So if you look at in project PF4,
Right.
If you look at 2025 and 2026,
Right.
assuming that those carry, right, in those years, you have essentially 2.35 million.
In PF4? That has it as TBD right now.
Yeah.
Correct. I'm talking about the adopted CFP. So
Okay, not this one.
The one that Lisa presented is the draft of the new one, of the
Right.
proposed one, right? So I'm looking at the current adopted CFP. There is a figure in there of 1.176 million for 2025 and 1.176 million for 2026. So together, the 2.3-ish number. And so when you compare that against the two projects that we presented, the two layouts that we presented, we're talking about a delta of about 3.5 million, 3.5 million, somewhere in there, depending on which option was prevailed. And so that was the number that Kyle presented the information in the strategy to close. Now, when you incorporate the information that Lisa presented in totality tonight during the workshop, and you further contemplate the fact that we have all of these master planning efforts, that once they're completed and once those plans come forward and council has an opportunity to review those, consider them, and approve elements of them, these numbers are likely going to change, in some ways significantly, because we will have actual proposed projects with actual proposed estimates versus estimates that we've put together in a best guess scenario. And so I would call your attention, and now I'm only going to be talking about the document that you have in front of you that Lisa presented earlier. If you look at the projects on the Parks and Public Facilities Capital Projects page, starting at PF10, So we're going to talk about PF 10, PF 11, PF 12, PF 13, and PF 17. In combination of those 5 projects, there's approximately $6.2 million allocated over those years of the draft CFP. And so again, when the facilities master planning effort is done and you have a list of recommendations and funding strategies in front of you, there's likely going to be things in those 5 projects that get shifted around, possibly falling off. And that effort has started. So we, like we mentioned before, we are underway with the facilities master plan effort. And so, you know, we're talking 90 days or so before that set of recommendations with funding strategies is ready. The reason I say that is because in that $6.3 million, only the 2025 piece of that, if this were adopted today, would be appropriated. So it is highly likely that some of that $6.2 million is going to shift around. And the question is there enough capacity in that with these projects that are identified, with the likelihood that the facilities master planning effort is going to show something more concrete, that there is enough confidence in closing that gap, that 3.5 million, call it 3.5, it'll be less than that, but the $3.5 million gap that we've talked about being associated with one of these 2 options and the budget that is established, the planned budget that is established in the currently adopted CFP. That's really the question. And so, Kyle, do you have anything that you would like to add to that and make sure that we get on the table before we go further and start entertaining questions?
So just real quick, we distribute these 6-year forecasts pretty regularly throughout the budget process. And I think one of the things that I failed to get across to council is that when I am putting these forecasts together, I'm constrained by the fact that I am allocating 100% of the expenses every single year out. And so you see that reflected in every single year in 2025, 2026, 2027. Under the expenditures, I am essentially crediting against 100% of those expenses. We never use 100% of our budget every year. If we did and we went over, we would have all sorts of budget amendments that we constantly are approving. And so we usually have an end of year housekeeping measure, but we are generally spending anywhere between 70 to 85% of our annual budget, not 100%. And so I don't want the forecast to act as a scare tactic for any future planning activities, and we can't now go out and plan for the future, and we have potentially some additional costs from our master planning activities coming down the pike. And so I think when we are reviewing our ending cash balances, I do not think that we will end 2027 or 2028 with $3 million in the bank. I just do not believe that is going to happen. Realistically, it's probably going to be closer to 5 million. And so I won't allow myself to, I guess on how much of the expenditures we think we'll use in any given year. And so that is just one of these budgeting tools that shows us that we will be solvent 5 years out if we do this. To the extent is up to council. And so that is, we'll provide you the information and you guys make the decision on your comfort level with proceeding with a project like this.
Yes. Mark, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you said just before Kyle went. So what you're saying is that because the numbers in 26, 27, and 28 are likely to change, and correct me if I'm wrong here, we should come to the realization that we have more money in 25 to do this?
No, not exactly. I want you to look at this as planned capacity.
Right.
That's ultimately the point that we're wanting to communicate.
Right,
So-
but regardless of what happens in 26, 27, or 28, whether, for instance, whether PF6 ends up being 344,000 or 300,000 or whatever the number might be, that money is not just gonna be available in 25 for us to do the library.
That's correct, because the money isn't available now.
Right.
These funds these projects aren't funded, they're
Right.
planned.
Right.
And so the point that I want everyone to understand is that in the September 17th workshop, we did not talk to you about other opportunities for reallocating capital facility plan projects.
Right,
We-
understood, but we'd
yes.
have to have a bridge to that.
We do, yes. Right now, what you're seeing is best guess based on an outdated set of data in our asset management plan that's being updated.
Right.
But also for lack of a facilities master plan that is underway that will clarify all of these very precisely. And so the encouragement that or the suggestion that I'm making is that as you look at this collection of 5 projects that are related to either the City Hall campus or the PD Library building, is to look at that with some flexibility in mind, meaning that all of those projects may not be necessary. We will clarify that with specificity when we have the results from the master facilities plan. And so it's a capacity issue. It's not a funding issue. We did not talk about this on September 17th. We only talked about the cash balance on hand and recommending, instead of using either a pure debt instrument or a blended debt cash instrument, only a cash instrument to close that gap between what is currently planned for the library project and what option 1 and option 2's proposed budgets are.
Councilmember Van Orman.
Usually when we make decisions, it's based on a holistic approach. As I'm looking at this 6-year forecast and looking at 2024 budget, many of those intergovernmental revenues came in one time. We got $4 million. We're not going to get that for 2025. We don't have the plans in front of us to figure out what to do. We're kind of piecemealing right now. I just think that when we're looking at the library or anything else that we have going on, we need to do this in a holistic approach and do what is needed and probably take a bite at a time, because I can't see us. You're going to have to really show me that we can go ahead and do this, because I don't see us taking the library out of context when we have everything else going on with our budget.
Yeah, and I'm not proposing to take it out of context. I'm proposing that we look at it in direct context to everything else that we have planned through, in this case, 2030, assuming this plan is adopted. I think we demonstrated during the September 17th workshop that funding is available. We have funding available that would still leave us with a fund balance that meets best practice for operating reserves. And so the purpose of tonight's conversation was just to give you a little bit different vantage point so that we could not only recall that conversation, which still stands, and we can go over that again if you'd like, but just to take a little bit different vantage point to also approach it from a capacity freeing up position if we wanted to have that conversation in light of what we expect to see through all of these master planning efforts, but specifically the facility master planning effort that is currently underway.
Councilmember Spencer.
Thanks. A couple of questions. So Kyle, this 6-year forecast, is this changed from the last time we were presented?
So this is general fund only. I removed streets from this.
Okay. So, but aside from that, have any of the numbers changed based on Lisa's input of the different, because I noticed as I read through this over the weekend, that we are, deferring some of these costs and some of these projects out a couple of years. So my question is this 6-year forecast taking into account those changes or no?
No.
Okay.
But this is a percentage increase over 2024. And
Okay.
so we'll have those finalized on the 15th.
So probably taking into account of the approved, capital facility plan from last year or
Yes.
for 2024.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So when when the budget binder comes out, these movements,
Yes.
assuming the capital facility plan gets approved, these revised numbers and dates will be put in or in the binder.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
And so, and we'll go through that process a little bit more iteratively, but this is just general fund only. And so we have 25 other funds, 10 of which are capital funds that are going to be used to tackle a lot of these projects as well.
But reminding everybody, we're not asking for a decision tonight.
Correct. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Kennedy.
Question, do we have some idea what it's going to cost once we move out of our existing library into the new one to do something with that building? Do you have any idea?
Not other than what is represented on this schedule. We will have a much better idea when we have proposed projects and funding strategies to bring before you as a result of the facility master plan.
PF 17, Mike.
Pardon?
It's on PF 17.
Well, yes, I understand this. It's difficult to give hard numbers and I don't want to put you anyway on the spot with that. But the point is, we're going to have expenses there that really, in my mind, we have to take into consideration is that's part of this, what we're doing with the library. Not only are we looking at X number of dollars for the library, we look at X number of dollars of the facility that is there and what we're going to be doing with that. That I think we need to take into consideration. Now, one thing that comes up, and this comes up a lot, and I understand this because I would bring it up too on it, is that, well, if we don't do something now, it's going to cost us a lot more later on. You are absolutely 100% right. There's no doubt in my mind that's correct. But what I'm also hearing is what we could do, and I'm not against this, we could take some projects that we have on the list and postpone them for a period of time. Because if we do that, we would have the funds to be able to do what we want to do with the library. If the theory is that if we don't hurry and do something now, it's going to cost us more, what we're postponing will suffer the same consequences. Because if we postpone them, whatever that may be, for a year or two down the road, it's going to cost a lot more than it would cost us now. So in reality, don't give me that argument. I've already taken that into consideration, what I would be ecstatic about is looking at, because I brought this up before, is that one of the other things that we need to get accomplished in a short period of time, like this building, we're busting at the seams for the employees, things of sort here, that if we're looking at a 5.8, whatever it's going to be, is now the right time to get serious about the other items and say, okay, now's the time to do these other items. And maybe it's a $14 million. Because I tell you, if we were to spend $14 million, just grabbing a figure, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, no one's going to care. Because we're able to accomplish something now instead of trying to postpone it. So as bizarre that sound, I'd be willing to spend more money to get the things that we need now versus saying, well, let's postpone this. So please don't come back to me with the idea that, Mike, you need to make a decision quickly because it's going to cost us more money.
If I could jump in real quick before we go to Councilmember Kurtz, to me, it's a big game. It's a big set of dominoes. We need, in order to do something here, if it's, say we move the chambers to the future vacated library space, we can't do that until the library moves into the new building. So it's a cascading effect. So if the library doesn't move into the new library, that doesn't open up the space in the old library for us to move this around here. So we can't fix City Hall. So there is sort of a little bit of an order that things probably need to go in. There's just like want people to kind of keep that in mind. Go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
I think one of the places that we're in now is when we originally talked about the design process, we had the opportunity to look at the cost and the design process for the library building. And I think that's one of the questions that we left unanswered because we took that out of the contract. And now we're kind of wishing we had some of that information to make these decisions. And I do wish we had that information to help make these decisions. But I think what I'm also sort of taking to heart tonight too is the presentation that we had on priority-based budgeting earlier today. I think that I agree that we do need to start someplace. I agree that this has been a priority, I think, for most of us for a while now. We've been investing in this for several years. And I do think we need to start somewhere. And I think we can adjust along the way with our priorities. If we never do anything with Town Square, great. That's not our priority right now. Our priority seems to be the library. But I think that we have assets that we can talk about in a different way, whether it's City Hall, whether it's the building, all of those things. But I feel like we do have to start somewhere. And I think that along the way, we can adjust our priorities, we can adjust how we fund them, we can do all of that. But we just can't do that today because we don't know what any of it's going to cost. So unless we're going to change our minds about doing some sort of evaluation of the library building now too, which would save money to do that together, that design process together, I think we put ourselves in a spot where we do have to go forward and decide whether this is our priority or not.
Real quick, Councilmember Ball, we haven't heard from you before I go around again. Councilmember Dunn?
I would echo Annie's observations with respect to priority, that I recognize the suggested actions in the capital facilities plan represent shifts of various projects to create more resources to be able to execute on what we know is right now a priority. I think I am witness to and understand the nature of the actions that are being taken in the capital facilities plan, and I support them.
Thank you. All right, now we can go back around for another second round. I think Mayor Pro Tem had his hand up.
So I have a real issue with the suggestion or the concept that we should spend 5.8 or 5.9 in 2025 because we could save in 2026 and 2027. And I don't disagree that those numbers will change. There's no question that those numbers will change. All these numbers always change. But that sort of setup requires us, unless I'm not understanding it correctly, and again, please educate me if I'm not, requires us essentially to create a bridge or a bond or something to get the money now because we don't have that allocated. We're depending on these numbers changing or us taking some of these out and using additional funds in 2026 and 2027 and moving them to 2025 for the purposes of this, unless we don't fund it all in 2025. Am I incorrect?
Partially, but only in that, like I said before, we believe we demonstrated that we have a funding strategy that covers the proposed expenditure for the library with no other action being required. The reason that we wanted to bring this forward was just simply to demonstrate another vantage point on the conversation so that you would have the ability to look at this in context, to Councilmember Van Orman's point, and ask questions about the likelihood following the completion of the facilities master plan with the other master planning efforts along with it, as to how much capacity could be created once those planning efforts are completed. We have the list of proposed projects and the funding strategies for them. So it's not an either or, it's simply an opportunity to look.
It's a one now, one later, essentially. We're saying that we've got a piggy bank in the future, potentially, by changing around these projects or doing whatever we want with these projects. And as a result of that, we shouldn't be as concerned with the ending fund balance in 2025 or 2026. Because we've got the ability to change the other things around in those time periods. Right?
Potentially. We're not we're not forecasting that that's going to be the case. Again, I think we demonstrated that the funding strategy that was proposed covers the expense and leaves us a fund balance that meets best practice. You know, we had a conversation not directly associated with this, but in proximity about using debt instruments. So we didn't bring a debt instrument proposal with this because we had just had that conversation. But that's something that could potentially alleviate some of the concern. The reason that we wanted to show and discuss the capital facilities plan is because these projects that are on this list are currently not funded. So we're going to have this conversation throughout this time horizon because we don't have these funds in the bank. And so the funding strategy is going to be a critical piece of this discussion as we graduate through 25, 26, 27, and beyond, as these projects become vitally important to execute.
And when you say we have enough money left in the bank, putting these aside, what we're talking about is the ending cash balance potentially, given what Kyle was saying, potentially going from 52 to 31, percentage wise, 52, 31, 24, 21, 21. That's what, I mean, and I know, I understand what you're saying, Kyle, that we don't spend every dollar. That's a given. But when we're talking about the potential that the cash balance could basically be more than cut in half, that's what concerns me. Because if let's say we have a big recession in 25 or 26, or an economic downturn, and our tax revenues dry up, we're going to depend on that cash balance to keep our streets cleaned and plowed and pay our employees. And so I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying that that's taking it out out of the general fund is concerning.
So Kyle, so I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. So I kind of wish we'd gone back a little bit further. But you know, having 67%, 52%, 45%, 50% ending cash balance is very unusual.
Right.
And some of that was being saved for other projects, and I said, you're not comparing apples to apples, really. If you go back any further than that, 2020 was definitely a different year.
Right.
But there are definitely extenuating circumstances that brought us to those higher levels of ending fund cash balance. So would
Yeah,
you
these
agree?
ending balances ebb and flow. And so you'll see it a lot with our real estate excise tax funds too. We'll build this up to $2.73 million. And then the next year you'll see it's at $100,000 because those are purely capital fund activities. And so the general fund acts as kind of a conduit to that as well, because you can see in 2021, we had an ending cash balance of $6.8 million. We had never had that much before prior. And so we're usually ending the year, and especially, on the heels of 08, we were wondering, how we were going to get through the next year. And so we have the history of what a depleted fund balance looks like. And, history was telling us before 2021 that we could expect to end the year with, 1.8, $2.5 million, somewhere in there. And so we built up a little bit we put a lot of money into, obviously, Trailhead. We put a lot of money into Kramer Overpass that was eventually reimbursed to us. And so this does act as a de facto capital fund as well as the need arises. So you will see these ending balances ebb and flow.
And remind me that and part of that 4.108 intergovernmental revenues was that
Correct.
reimbursement.
Yep. 3.3 of that was Kramer, but it was the TIF and LIF reimbursement.
Yep. Okay, any other questions? And
I don't know that, well, maybe I have a question. What do we do now? I mean, we're talking about it tonight, but what's next?
So what's next is that there will be an action item on the agenda on October the 15th asking council to establish a project budget so that we can move forward along the schedule. And the next critical path item is going to be making an application for the project review committee, which is what would be required to gain approval to do any kind of alternative delivery method, which at the 5758 is a viable option. At the 31, it's not. So that's the next critical path. Another thing to consider is that on April 30th, 2025, 23129 East Mission, which is currently Legacy Church, will transition from a revenue source to an expense at a triple net basis. So that is quickly approaching as well.
And having that decision on that number also paves the path for those of us who are going to be and want to be pounding the pavement and having the discussions with the individuals and the corporations for corporate sponsorships, that we really can't start having those conversations until we know what the path forward is on that. So key milestone for us to start hitting up. You know, I know ICCU is very interested. You know, I'm planning on getting at least 50,000 out of them, and that's the stage for some others to come on board, and individuals as well. Even if it's 2,000 here, 5,000 there, it's all going to add up. And I know there are a lot of people interested in stepping up and contributing to this project. Councilmember Van Orman, you were next.
Kyle, just wanting to ask, we've already have some things that we've already expended on. Real good. In this budget, have you already accounted for the fact that we need to repay that?
Yes.
Yes, and it's just, it doesn't live within general fund. It lives within golf operations and real estate excise tax. But yes, to answer your question, yes.
So, and remind me again, how many years will it take for us to pay off Trailhead before we venture into a whole nother realm of another
Absolutely.
building?
So we took out a 20-year note, and so we have a prepayment penalty for 5 years. And so it is not advantageous for us to prepay that bond at all for the first 5 years. And so we will develop a sinking fund of sorts that will kind of compound and compound. And so we will throw in increments of $100,000 prepayments of that as we are able. So in 2028 and beyond.
Thank you.
So many hands.
Just real quick. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Jandy and others, I'm wondering if you could talk with your friends at the Friends of the Library and see if they could put together something for us fairly quickly that would show us a plan or a goal or something per what a comment that was made earlier tonight, I believe, by one of the community members, to try to put some private money into this as well. So in other words, could the Friends of the Library say, we're going to start a campaign that would raise, throw out a number, whatever the number might be, here's how we're going to do it, here's what we'd like to see, so on and so forth. And then when we come back in a couple of weeks or a month or whenever we do this, we know that, okay, the Friends of the Library is going to they're going to do a brick campaign, or they're going to do something that can help fund part of this. And then we can set a number from there. Is that possible?
I believe their charter prevents their fundraising to going toward capital.
Correct.
They can't do anything capital-wise?
Their 501c3 is very, very defined,
For
very.
programs. That's why the Liberty Lake
Yeah.
the Better Together Foundation is a good conduit for getting donations, but not putting together a program. But I think there's a lot of community volunteers who would step up to help put
Yes.
those things together.
Part of the challenge with them, and part of getting the 501c3 is that their separation from the city.
Right.
They're totally independent. They're not
Right.
tied to us in any way, shape, or form. And that's why they're able to get some of the freedom that they have on it. This has already been a discussion at that level.
Yeah, so they generally raise funds for programs like the summer reading program and not the couch.
Okay.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Yeah, if I may make a comment, and it seems like anytime somebody asks questions, everybody wants to look at where you're against something. Asking questions at least brings us to the surface, what we can accomplish, what we can't accomplish on it. Recently, Mark, you just gave an example, which we've heard before, and we need to take that into consideration, is that right now, the buildings aren't costing us anything because the church is renting it from us. And once they move out, we're gonna have that expense. But I'm here to tell you, once the library moves in, we still have the expense. Okay? Think about that. The triple net is still there. The library is not an income producing asset of the city. It brings in some book fees and things of that sort there, but there's still going to be the costs there if we're there or not. So the same way is that don't tell me that I should get all excited or worked up that if we don't make a decision now, it's going to cost more. And then to say the same time is that once the renters move out, we're going to have the cost. We're going to have the cost no matter what. I want to move ahead with this and get something accomplished, okay? Government moves to the pace of molasses in winter. But we have to take everything into consideration, is that how we can pay for this. If we need to do it through debt and add some other things onto it, now's the time to do that. Instead of having a knee-jerk reaction that we have to get this done now. If we have to get it done now, I'm encouraged to let's get additional things so we can get it all accomplished now. Because 10 to 15 years down the road, whatever we paid for it, no one's going to care.
And I think Kyle's presentation at the last meeting was pretty clear that we can cash flow this.
Correct.
Councilmember Spencer.
Thank you. So, a couple of observations, again, going into the discussion about, whether we should hire a project manager or not. I, of course, was against that. I feel like this discussion regarding the 6-year forecast should have taken place ahead of time, because then we could have said, hey, all right, is this feasible? Does it make sense to move forward, or how are we going to do that? So that's the first point, because now we're looking at it and we're like, are we comfortable with these numbers? And obviously, hopefully we're being conservative. Hopefully we're not going to spend everything that we've got allocated, but we have to assume that we are. And like Mayor Pro Tem Cargill mentioned, we also can't factor in whether there will be any sort of recession or anything like that. Two, part of this discussion has revolved around priorities and this discussion about priority-based budgeting. I'm excited about looking into that, because as I'm looking at all of the projects on here, including street projects, perhaps maybe we're not all in agreement on what is the top priority. Perhaps if we were to list the library and compare it to some of the street projects that we've pushed out because of the master planning that's taking place, we might say, gosh, that road really is failing, or it really will not be in great shape. But if we have a library now and it's functioning, yes, we would like a larger library. That's why I was in support of purchasing the building myself. We would like that, but I don't necessarily consider that a top priority. Perhaps if we compare that to all the projects that we have on the horizon as a city. The third point I'd like to make is looking and there's been it's been alluded to in this conversation and in our previous one regarding the REIT fund that we're looking to take all of a large chunk of this funds from, and a third of that is being allocated towards our repayment for Trailhead. And perhaps I've misunderstood, but do the funds still live in there, or are we pulling that out and putting it into a different fund? We're pulling it out. So the 400 some thousand is being pulled out and taken to a different fund because we don't want to have the prepayment penalty. So again, I think that's something that we need to consider, because we do have a loan that we took out on a building that before my time was deemed that it was necessary to move forward. And we did that using a debt instrument. In my mind, much of our efforts should be focused on paying that debt down before we go into new projects, let alone talking about going into debt for another project. So I think these are kind of some things that have been going through my mind, and wanting to make sure that we make the best decision for the city. Because, you know, yeah, 10, 15 years down the road, I'm not gonna be sitting in this seat and somebody else is gonna have to deal with some of the decisions I made as a council member now.
Just a quick reminder, when looking at the capital facilities plan, to pay particular attention to the funding sources, because if you do look at the transportation capital facilities plan, there's not one on here that references the general fund. So just those are really important things to take a look at.
We have much more flexibility on the transportation side with the other funding sources that are available as stable sources. And so that's less of an issue on the transportation side.
The point I was trying to make is that you can have two things that are priority, because they're funded through different methods. Councilmember Kurtz.
We need to be thinking about the community's priorities and not our own priorities. I understand that we're elected to be here to represent the community, but in the last two meetings with different topics, I've heard a lot of I. And we are not focused on what the community wants. We're not focused on what the community has asked us to do with the money that they have put in our bank account that we are deciding what to do with. So if we're not going to listen and we're not going to invest their money, are we going to give it back? Because we can't just let it sit here, and we can't also just continue to spin without deciding what information we need to make a decision. We know we're not going to get a plan between now and the next time we meet. So I think the ask from Mark earlier was, what information do you guys need to make a decision at the next meeting? What questions, what information can the city bring back to us that will let us decide whether we're going to vote yes or no on moving forward? We can't continue to not decide something. I'm not saying, I'm not feeding into some of the other things that have been said about pressure to make a decision. We need to decide if we're moving forward. Are we going to build the library or not? Are we going to sell the building when it's vacated? Are we going to sell land so that we can afford the library? Those are things we can decide later. There's plenty of ways to fund the library, and that's what our city staff is telling us. We can do it now. The other projects that we have that are in other parts of the budget, those are protected. We have the restricted reserves for if there's a recession. There's a lot of what ifs, and I know that it's uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable in a lot of ways as well, but we need to figure out what information we need to make a decision and get that back to staff so that we can make a decision next time. And we also need to make sure that we are thinking about what the people have asked us to do, not what we want to do. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments? We're headed up to 9:15. Dan, I saw you turn your mic off.
You know, my only observation related to priority of our library, I would reflect on a needs assessment completed for the library. I would say, is it 5 years ago now? Reflecting specifically specific targets for size and availability. This combined with, to me, voices of the community as spoken through a lot of interaction is to me what manifests this as a priority.
Thank you. All right. We have anybody else? Okay, we'll go Mayor Pro Tem, then maybe.
Just real quick, I can make a decision tonight if we wanted to. My decision right now is that I don't feel comfortable with these numbers. The reason why I'm asking the questions is because I'm trying to get to a yes, where I feel more comfortable with the numbers. And so I'd like us to try to figure out different alternatives to try to get to the numbers that were being presented. If you're asking me to vote tonight, or you're asking me to make a decision based on these numbers, my decision is I can't support that. If you're asking me, can we get there? Yeah, I think we can get there. It's just a question of how we go about doing it. I'm not comfortable with taking out debt. I think it was somebody mentioned the possibility of trying to group all these things together. Maybe that's the way we do it. Maybe we group everything together and then take it to voters and say, do you want to raise the property tax, or do you want to fund it this way, or do you want to fund it that way, or do you want to take out bonds to cover it? And then maybe that's the way we get all of these things. And then the citizens have a say in it as well. But based on the numbers that we have right now, my current position is that I don't feel comfortable, but that doesn't mean we can't get there.
Councilmember Kurtz?
So I think the vibe that's coming across, whether it's accurate or not, if I'm not reading the room correctly, that's possible as well. But I think that what do you need to know to be comfortable is the question that was asked of us. So what needs to be brought back for us to make a full evaluation and make a decision at the next meeting? So
Nothing. We have the numbers. The numbers are right here. They've presented them to us. We all know what the numbers are gonna be. It's basically a question of whether we feel comfortable with those numbers or not.
But you just
I-
said that you need to have stuff in order to make a decision because you don't have it tonight. So I'm trying to understand which is which.
No, what I'm saying is that based on the numbers that we have,
Mhm.
I don't feel comfortable moving forward. But and there's a big but there. Perhaps what we could do is say, okay, we're gonna group all these projects together. And we're gonna go out to voters and we're gonna ask them to pay for part of it via some sort of tax, or they're gonna approve us taking out a bond or something to that effect. But I don't need anything more than what is in front of us right now.
All right, Councilmember Ball.
I don't see the point in bringing it to the voters. They've already spoken. They want a new library. The citizens have spoken. There's been a lot of interest in this project. Why would we have to, and group it with what? You weren't specific.
What we just talked about earlier. We talked about the city hall renovation. We talked about
Right.
what to do with the new building over there, all the city facilities. We could go out to voters with a facilities plan that includes the library, that could include city hall, maybe it includes town square, it could include everything. And it could be an all of the above approach. And then the citizens can chime in and say, yes, this is a great idea. Let's move forward.
Well, may I? I had a private discussion with Kyle about all of this, and it appears to me that this is affordable. We talked about all of it, and I just don't see dragging our feet on this anymore. It's been discussed for too long.
Who was first?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Spencer.
I'll just say that, Kyle is tasked with making the numbers work. So whether that is affordable or not, that's subjective. Can we take money and pay for this library right now? Yes, we can. Is that the most wise thing to do? That's the question.
Councilmember Kennedy was next.
I would like to relate back to 2014 or 2017, 2019 in there where this did go to the public on it. And amazingly enough, people have been around for a long period of time and they bring up the past to try to show how we got to the future. Doesn't go over very well. So let's try it. I'm going to try this one time. We had committees until we were drained emotionally about the library. We had committees, we had meetings, we had substantially more than we've ever had on this library right now. Okay, because quite a few of us around during that period of time was involved in it. And a lot of people came forward and says, we want a library, we want a community center. But you know what they said at the same time they wanted? They wanted to give it to the people. That's why I went to the people twice. Twice is because the people that came forward and said, yes, we want a library. We want something better than we have now. We want a community center on it. And the thrust was to give it to the people. Now, the people said twice no. And I think that's a fear in some people's minds as they give it to the people. They're going to say no to this. You got to keep in mind what else was on that ticket. It was pools.
Yeah, the first
Okay,
one, yeah.
and the mayor and I remember very, very well that a lot of individuals who would get up and say, I'm in favor of the library, I'm in favor of this, but I'm not really in favor of the pools. But we couldn't separate it. And after it failed, a lot of the comments from people who stood at that podium said, I didn't support a pool, but I supported the library. So the public was in favor of this on a vote because they had a right to be involved. Okay? It was good then, it's good now. It was the people that came forward right now. The amount of people that's come forward has convinced me of one thing. It wouldn't hurt to give this to the citizens because they're the ones who have to pay for this. If only half of those came forward or a third, I'd go, well, we don't have the interest. But we do have the interest. You've got the interest from me. I want to see something done there. But it's got to be done the right way. So if it was done the right way before we give it to the people, then give it to the people. Don't give it to four. Okay? Give it to the 12,000 that live in the city. We're gonna have to pay for this.
Just to add on to that, those votes weren't just for the projects. I think a lot of even though I think we hit the 50% threshold both times, we just didn't hit the 60. But I think a lot of the opposition to it was the raising of the property tax. I know that's where a lot of the opposition came from. They wanted the project, but not necessarily to add. It was like $1 or something. It was more than $1 per thousand that would have been added to the property tax at that point. And to be in the position now to be able to pay cash for it just raises the priority on it for me personally. I don't put on a vote. So. All right, so no decision tonight. I know I'll circle back with staff on this. To be cognizant of the time, it's 9:23 and we still have a whole heck of a lot to go through. So do we want to, is there interest in moving the public art funding strategy?
I would recommend moving it. There's nothing earth shaking in that workshop that has to be discussed tonight.
Do we have a motion to? Go ahead.
Real quick, before we do that,
Yeah.
do you need us to make a decision on this or provide direction to get the budget together?
Not
For which item?
for the library.
For the public art program?
Oh,
No.
Okay.
No, we can do that
Sorry.
another time.
Okay.
all right. So is there a motion to move the workshop 9B to next week if there's room in the calendar?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dunn. Any discussion? All those in favor of moving the workshop 9B to our next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, we are up to consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve because consent agenda items 10A, C, D, E, and F.
Second.
Thank you. We have a second from Councilmember Spencer. All in favor of approving consent agenda items A, C, D, E, and F, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve general business item 11A, which is formerly 10B, the October 1st, 2024 vouchers.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And now discussion. I know Councilmember Vol, this was your request. Apparently you have a question. What's up?
Well, yeah, I did talk to Kyle about it, but I'm still confused, or I'm just curious. Why, this is item 5373, why are we reimbursing Greenstone $20,000 for the symphony event? If they're the host, isn't that what you said they were, or why are we paying them? I don't get it. Why are we giving them $20,000?
Kyle, go ahead.
So I don't have all of the historical context, but essentially Greenstone puts this on and the city used to put it on. And so now we have a contract with Greenstone that specifically states that we will provide the fee for Spokane Symphony. And so, it's passed every year through the budget. We have it allocated that under special events, we have a fee dedicated to the Spokane Symphony for this weekend every year. And so that's just.
Historically,
Yeah.
there used to be the holiday ball, and Councilmember Norman jump in where I'm missing stuff. There used to be the holiday ball put on by the Friends of Pavilion Park, and that their main reason for that was to pay for the symphony to come to
That and
Liberty
other
Lake.
events.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah. And then the Friends of Pavilion Park disbanded. Anecdotally, the ball, from what I understand, went from a great neighborhood thing, everybody's getting together, having fun, to a lot of corporate sponsorships. There wasn't as much community involvement, and it was a lot of work for the Friends to put this on. So when that happened, the Friends came to the council and asked if the city would take on the expense for sponsoring this event every year. So that was a decision that was made, I forgot how many years ago now, to take this on.
what, the reason why we have it to begin with.
Yeah.
August 31st, 2001 is when we became a city.
Yes.
It was happy birthday to you, you know?
Well,
So
okay,
the 20,000 for the events
Mm.
was much like fireworks or anything else, but for
Right,
the
I
benefit of
understand.
the
Yeah, I
citizens.
just want to know what, is Greenstone's name still on this event?
Greenstone's the one who has the contract. They do all the hosting. They do all it's the Greenstone Foundation. It's not the Greenstone Corporation. It's their 501(c)(3).
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
And so they're the ones who really do all, I won't say all the work, because our staff does a great amount of work too, but they do a lot of the logistical work and the contract work for this. And the city just reimburses them. The foundation writes the check, the city reimburses them. It was a decision by the city council years ago to continue with this tradition,
Mhm.
and they just have to happen to be the conduit through which it happens.
Well, everybody's so concerned about money. 20,000 seems like a lot of money for an afternoon for a small city orchestra to come or symphony. Just
No.
seems like a lot of money. Everybody's so worried about money. So,
Okay, any other questions? All right, all in favor of approving general business action item A, vouchers, for October 1st, 2024, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Was that an opposition,
no,
Councilmember?
no, I meant I.
Okay, so any opposed? No, all right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, we're up to council comments. Anything, any additional comments from the council? Not related to what we've already talked about and not related to future workshops. All right, and hold on, I gotta put Zoom back on in case Councilmember Dunn has a comment. Okay, now I can see him. All right, no council comments. We are up to public hearings and appeals. Public hearing on the 2025 sources of revenue. Kyle, you're back up.
Thank you, Mayor. So while Evan pulls up our slide, we have just a couple of short slides here. And so this is just, I know council knows a lot of this already. This is maybe more for the public to digest, and everybody has a copy with them as well. But really, this is the first step in our journey through the 2025 budget, is identifying what our major sources of revenue are that are essentially going to fund our services for the next year. So with that, next slide, please, Evan. And so sales and use tax is our biggest single source of revenue. We are budgeting 6.6 million. We are projected to collect in 2024, 6.5. So we've had, by recent historical standards, a relatively stagnant year for sales and use tax. Are we ahead of where we were last year? Yes, but by single digit percentages. And so historically, you can see a 3-year increase of 32%. So just recent history tells us that our trajectory has been a lot greater than that, outside of just 2024.
Kyle, real quick. We're only tracking to be basically right on, even though we increased the sales tax, is that?
That is correct, but that's a different revenue stream that we'll get to
Oh,
later
I
on in the
figured.
presentation. So, no, understood. Yeah. So, and so this hits 4 of the 6 departments that we have now in the city. So this funds maintenance and operations of the parks and facilities, public safety, and administrative services. So this is our single biggest source of revenue that covers the majority of the services that we provide to our residents. And so with that, we'll move on to permits and planning. So this is a cost recovery department, as we know. This includes building permit fees, franchise fees, business licenses, et cetera. So we're planning to collect 1.87 million. These numbers are good just to have, but since this is a cost recovery mechanism, we could see 3.2 million up there, and we would project to collect $3.2 million for the cost of that service. So this is really a net zero for the service of planning that we provide the city through user fees. So with that, next slide, please, Evan. So some other major, albeit potentially secondary sources before we get into property tax are, as we all know about, our 2 capital funds, our real estate excise tax. Those have been relatively consistent over the last couple of years. In 2021, I believe we got a significant cash infusion. There is potential for that next year as well. I'm not budgeting for it. So we're essentially going to maintain status quo. If we have some major commercial development next year, that will just be additional revenue that we see. And so we can plan outside of what Mayor Pro Tem Cargill alluded to earlier, outside of a major recession, we can plan on these as being relatively inelastic revenue sources. So we can count on these for our capital funds. So with that, utility tax is at 0% now. And so obviously we're replacing that with the TBD sales tax through the end of 2024. So we'll have 6 months of data. We're projected to collect a little over $400,000. And so when we first put this together about this time last year, initial projections were about a year outdated. We were thinking closer to maybe $675,000. And I think with the trajectory that we've seen with sales and use tax, obviously this is an in-kind increase that we can count on. And so with some of that commercial activity that we think we might see also on the residential side as well, we would anticipate to see a little bit more of an increase than we did in 2024. So with that, we'll touch on golf operations. And so we anticipate starting the year with 1.7 million, or with the beginning balance, collecting $1.7 million for the golf operations. That has increased pretty substantially over the last couple of years, and that's by design. Obviously, when you get a new building, you're going to increase user fees to attempt to recoup as much of that over time as we can. And so you can see in 2021, we collected almost 1.3 million. We're on pace to do 1.72 million in 2024, and we continue to anticipate that increasing every year as we get more aggressive with user fees at the golf course. Next slide, please. So the main reason we want to review revenue sources in the RCW states for the purposes of setting the annual property tax levy. And so as you can see, over the last 3 years, we have elected a 0% property tax increase, which means that our amount stays the same and our amount per $1,000 of assessed valuation is decreasing every year. And we'll get into that a little bit later on the next slide. So, but with that, our 2024 property tax levy was $3.05 million. 2.65 of that gets deposited into the general fund. We'll have about 440,000 of that going to our tax increment financing district. And so again, we'll gloss over it a little bit here. We'll get more into the weeds on TIF on October 15th. But just a very brief synopsis. 75% of the increase in assessed value is redirected to infrastructure improvements that promote economic development and activity within the increment area. So that is what we essentially call the River District increment area. And so we are rediverting 75% of that increase to partner with Spokane Valley Fire and the county to match a $1 million contribution from the state through their Community Economic Revitalization Board to get our annual contribution of north of $2 million for infrastructure improvements. That said, 1% is our statutory limit year over year. We set that every year at 0 or 1% in November. And if we elect to take the 1% this year, that'll mean just over $30,000 in collections if elected. Our new construction credit is the assessors backdating new construction over the previous year, putting those on the tax rolls where we're not collecting it in real time, but they have the data to collect it after the fact. And as those get on the tax rolls going forward, we have a credit based on a formula that we fill out every year of what we expect that new construction credit to be. So we anticipate about $112,000 over the previous year for new construction. So that said, 2025, our Liberty Lake levy rate is estimated with our 1% increase to be 0.857 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation. Our current rate is 90 cents. So for a property tax with an assessed value of $500,000, annual property taxes for the city would total $428.50. So what does that $428.50 cover? Next slide, please, Evan. We have identified the library and public safety as the services dedicated to property tax. And so again, we touched on this a little bit earlier. The ordinance setting the 0 or 1% property tax increase will be presented to council in November for consideration.
Kyle, real quick. Didn't we change that in the library ordinance? We just changed it to, we took out the dedicated amount, but it still comes from property.
Yeah, so the property tax covers all of the library.
Right.
Plus, my time I calculated, I'm sure it's changed now, is like 37% of the PD.
Okay.
Right. And Evan, real quick, if you can back up to the previous slide real quick, please. I glossed over one of the pieces under that first point on the very last bullet under the 0% property tax. Nice, Mayor Pro Tem. Is this banked capacity that we have. So bank capacity is essentially a historical account of when we have not elected the full 1% of property tax increases dating back to 2001. And I can't give you the data on what exact years we elected the 0%, but essentially over that 23 years, we have elected a 0% to the tune of a collective amount of $340,000 that by pure council action, we can recoup. And so that is.
We go back like 3 years to do that.
No.
Did that change?
That changed. And so, and I thought the same thing. And so I have that conversation every year with the county assessor. And so we have that ability to recoup that via an ordinance. So.
Interesting.
And so, and they deliver that to us with their estimated 2025 tax amounts every year. So that said, if we do elect to recoup all or a part of that, you'll see that dollar per thousand of assessed value climb in kind. So. Okay, let's advance 2 slides, please, Evan. I know this is really hard to see. Everybody has a printout. If anybody wants this, please get a hold of me. This is essentially our regional tax rates, Liberty Lake compared to the city of Cheney, Erie Heights, Spokane, Millwood, the county, and Spokane Valley. And so I'm not going to go through each of these individually, but we have separated these by what is considered inside the city's control to tax and what is outside of the city's control. And so a quick representation of that is outside is standard fire and EMS agreements with county or regional partners, school levies, and additional county levies that were within Spokane County, so we're subject to. So, but outside of that, you can see that we pay for our own library services. And so a lot of other entities count on the county library to provide those services, and they are taxed accordingly. So that said, inside the city limits, inside what the city can control, we do compare favorably to our neighbors.
County Cons future?
That's conservation future, and that's just a portion of the property tax dedicated to exactly that. Any questions before I move on? Okay, next slide, please, Evan. This is a very, this is a rudimentary, I will say it the best way I can put it.
Beautiful.
Breakdown of what services are funded by what revenue sources. And so again, we all have copies of this. This is on our website and this is in our budget document as well. You can see for police, we have a mix of property and sales tax. So we do have a smaller percentage of state shared revenues that we get from the state that we use to fund criminal justice as well. Libraries funded purely by property tax. Parks is almost solely sales tax. We do get some admissions tax from our neighbors, Meadowood and Liberty Lake Golf Course for admissions tax, and then a small sliver for recreation fees. But that said, planning and engineering is a single source. We have that as a pure cost recovery tool. And then streets, we have motor vehicle fuel tax, we have TBD sales tax, and then we have a little cash balance for a delta to cover any additional operating expenses. And so this is a great advertisement for what we think PBB can deliver in a much prettier way. So that said, that concludes my review of 2025 revenue sources. We'll get into the budget calendar during the intro of upcoming agenda items, so we can set some dates potentially for special meetings that can always be fluid, and we'll talk through that a little bit later as well.
So this is on here as public hearing.
Yep.
So I'd like to open the public hearing at 9:42. If there's anybody here in council chambers or online who'd like to comment on this topic only, sources of revenue, we'd like to hear from you. I don't know if there's anybody here in chambers. It doesn't look like it. If there's anybody online, please send a note to our meeting host in the chat feature and he will get my attention. We'll give you a little bit of time. I think this is pretty standard for this public hearing ever since I've been sitting here. Pretty much every year. I'm just talking until it turns 9:43. Nobody online? Oh, it says 9:43. So we will go ahead and close our public hearing at 9:43 with no public comment. All right, we are up to resolutions. First one, 24-65. Kelsey.
Mayor,
Yes,
I
sir.
think I'd like to bring up, consider we're getting so close to the hour, should consider extending the meeting.
Would you like to make a motion?
That's just like, that
Yeah.
one's fast, just FYI,
Yeah,
but.
but we're gonna
yes,
have to anyway.
Yeah, I've got about
Yeah.
16 till.
So do you motion to
I
extend it
would
till?
make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Oh, sorry.
We have a second. All those in, well. Oh, we were missing somebody to vote, but I guess it won't matter. So those in favor of extending the meeting to, no, it matters, but it won't. Oh, there he is. Those in favor of extending the meeting to 10:30, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. We are currently extended to 10:30. Thank you very much for noticing that, Councilmember Kennedy. All right, Kelsey, you're up.
All right, resolution number 24-265, a resolution declaring a sole source purchase relating to repair of mine-resistant ambush protected MRAP vehicle, waiving the procurement requirements pursuant to page 51 of the City of Liberty Lake Financial Management Policies.
Okay, do we have a motion to move for discussion, and then we'll have somebody explain this?
Move resolution number 24-265.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a second from Councilmember Spencer, first by Mayor Pro Tem Kyle.
So I will set the table and then DC Morgan can answer any questions on the specific repairs or cost of repairs after that. But so a sole source, as we've identified in the resolution, is where a single supplier or service is clearly and legitimately limited to a single source. And so through discussions with Chief, we have determined that not only is it a regional single source, it is a nationwide single source. So there are other entities that do repair on these MRAP vehicles only if you purchase it from them. So this is the one that travels all over the nation and performs these repairs. And so based on that conversation with Chief, this was a textbook example of a sole source purchase. They were in the area for a limited amount of time and Chief made the decision to proceed. And essentially with the sole source, with the emergency component, we have to do this now and ask for permission later from council and hope the council says yes. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, but DC is here as well.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Deputy Chief? I'm not seeing any. I tried to talk them into bringing it here for the meeting. I thought that would be a little intimidating to any guests. Councilmember Kennedy.
I did appreciate the chief setting this out on it. You know, I was reading it, I was looking at the picture and stuff on it, and a couple of things just caught my attention. Amazing. Isn't it hard to believe that that piece of equipment cost the US government, us, $733,000? Brand new. And I got a question for you, Darren. Is there a bike rack on the back of that thing?
Hybrid?
Yeah, it's a hybrid.
Because I'm willing to get a special fund going if we get a bike rack for that.
And it cost us how much to get it? Zero.
Yeah.
Even better.
So $6,700 is a good return on our
Investment, yeah. Yep. All right. And
Curious
there's-
about the insurance on that thing.
Gas.
Well, I do understand it was,
Diesel.
it was a bit of a challenge to register. But Kelsey, as resourceful as she is, was able to work up the ladder and figure that out.
800 a month, 800 a year
I was
is
just
it
joking, but I
in
appreciate
insurance?
it.
So I thought
the
that that question might come up, so I did look it up and it was, so based on, so we have the kind of the bulk package that allows us to save. And so the formula that they use is the one I put in and it was 800 a year.
Nice.
Cheaper than my own car.
That's not bad at all.
Exactly. That's incredible. I was
Less than I'm
shocked
paying,
when I found
less
that.
than I'm paying for my Jeep.
Yeah.
Becomes more
I'm just
expensive.
curious, how many other municipalities in the area have one of these? Yeah, so it's pretty fortunate that we have this. I
Yeah.
was telling Deputy Chief that a couple of years ago, we went over to the Digger Days at Cabela's and some other municipality had brought one of those and ours is actually nicer. So it was just two benches along the side. It was cool
No
to go in
seats.
there and explore, but it didn't look comfortable. So this looks a lot more comfortable and definitely an asset for our city.
Yeah, and to,
Yeah.
well, and to have that extra asset to also help out our neighboring jurisdictions when the need arises. I believe, what was it? Was this the story I heard correct in that during one response, the municipality was able to get their vehicle there, but it wouldn't start when they went to leave, something like that?
I believe that happened once, yes.
Yeah.
Spokane County had that happen to
Yeah.
us. so.
So, no, great work, great asset.
It said it seats 12, right?
It does.
So you could take all of us on a ride along in this thing.
I said we could just do a council meeting right inside the vehicle. Headsets included, so you can all dial in on the headsets and be good to go.
All right, go ahead.
Mayor, I think it's great we're able to get that for the city, and I think we should start focusing on a helicopter, because Jandy was very successful with getting a better turnout, getting that helicopter.
Dan need to work on that.
I would just think if you own one.
All right, okay, so all in favor of approving resolution 20, what? Oh, do we have any citizen comments on resolution 24-265, either in council or in chamber, or in chambers or online? Going once, going twice. Okay, not hearing any. Thank you for the reminder. All those in favor of approving resolution 24-265, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, resolution 24-266.
Resolution number 24-266, a resolution of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington in support of Washington Initiative 2117.
Do you have a motion?
Sorry, hold on one second. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 24-266.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Spencer. Discussion. Councilmember Ball.
Okay, so you're gonna have to indulge me for a minute. Each of us on this council, including the mayor, has children or grandchildren. We want the best for them, the absolute best. Then I ask, what are we thinking when there are two initiatives on the November ballot, specifically I-2117 and 2066, that would threaten our beautiful air, beautiful state with dirtier air, water, and land, and thereby your children and grandchildren's very existence. Dr. Vin Gupta, a pulmonary critical care physician, he is on the board of the directors of the American Lung Association and a medical analyst for NBC News, reports that 1 in 10 children struggle with asthma, and more than 1 million Washingtonians live in communities highly impacted by air pollution. Guess who gets it the worst? Marginalized communities. You know, the people, it's the old not in my backyard argument. You just put it there because it's not a pretty area anyway, and those people don't matter. That's the mindset. At our last city council meeting, September 17th, this council was subjected to a very one-sided presentation by Councilmember Cargill. So tonight, I have done some studying on I-2117, and I'm going to present the other side as some of our speakers did earlier. In addition to council members' presentation, one-sided presentation, RCW 42.17A.555 specifically states, no elective official nor employee of his or her office, nor any person appointed to or employed by any public office or agency may use or authorize the use of any of the facilities of a public office or agency directly or indirectly for the purpose of assisting a campaign for election of any person to any office or for the promotion of any or opposition to any ballot proposition. Now, it's come to my attention that there are those among us who interpret this ordinance, or excuse me, RCW differently, but it seems clear to me that council was blindsided by a presentation during a city council meeting on city time with no chance to present the other side to these initiatives. If council member wants to espouse his or her opinion on a state issue, then do so at a press conference or a private meeting with constituents. During the library debate last year, people who testified against 119C were chastised for not being from Liberty Lake. So now we're talking about butting into a statewide issue. It doesn't matter that previous councils have done this before. It is not our place as a city council. We are here exclusively for the city and should be looking out for the city's best interests only. District 34 Senator Joe Wynn, who chairs the committee that manages cap and trade auction revenues, has stated that gas prices won't necessarily fall if 2117 passes because gas prices can be raised by unrelated factors and gas companies cannot be trusted to pass the savings on to the customers. Surely we should all be keenly aware of the greed in big oil companies. According to the fiscal impact statement from the Office of Financial Management, approval of I-2117 will reduce state revenue from carbon allowance auctions by $3.8 billion and reduce state expenditures by $1.7 billion between the effective date of this initiative and June 30th of 2029. This would reduce or eliminate funding for transportation emissions reduction, transit, pedestrian safety, ferry and other transportation electrification, air quality improvement, renewable and clean energy, grid modernization, increasing the climate resilience of the state's waters, forests, and other ecosystems, fire prevention, and forest health, and restoring and improving salmon habitat, which also will help remain the 74 southern resident orcas, which survive solely on Chinook for their diet. 74 orcas on the brink of extinction. Let that settle in. 80% of their diet is Chinook. Let me segue for a moment and talk about wildfires, which is Eastern Washington's biggest threat. Do we really want to see another Malden, Elk, or Medical Lake? Last week, I was in Medical Lake for an outreach event with my day job. I asked a local, well, where's the fire damage? Because I couldn't see it where I was. She pointed down the street and said, just go that way. I could not believe what I saw. Charred sticks rising from the earth, set among brand new homes, completed or under construction in this weird sort of apocalyptic setting. These are very determined people, clearly, to rebuild as quickly as they are. But as the earth gets hotter, more and more of these devastating fires are going to occur. And here we are, it's Fire Prevention Week. Why don't we get it through our heads that we got to keep fossil fuels in the earth and start transitioning to clean energy? The Climate Commitment Act carbon allowance auctions, which began in February of 2023, have generated $2.15 billion in revenue between that date and June of this year. The projected revenue loss in fiscal 2025 would be $758.1 million. 3 of 4 annual carbon allowance auctions wouldn't happen. Grants for local governments like us, community groups, school districts, and tribes would most likely end because they were funded by the CCA. Transportation spending approved by the state legislature assumes 1 billion would be available in fiscal years 2026 through 2029 for projects to improve transit, electrify ferries, and although we may not live on the coast, if you have, you must understand how important ferries are, for example, to people who live in Island County. Let's not forget that all 4 of these ballot initiatives were the brainchild of Brian Haywood, a millionaire hedge fund from California. That speaks volumes to me. This is a statewide issue, and however you feel about climate conditions, why should we reject a path forward to a cooler, cleaner environment? I urge you to read all of the fiscal impact statement and think of the future you want to provide your children and grandchildren. And let the voters make this decision, make their own decisions. A city council endorsement is not necessary, nor is it appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, I'm going to ask Sean to just weigh in on the RCW references.
Yeah, 4217A 555 allows for the council to make a collective decision, either supporting or opposing. So that's permitted.
Thank you. All right.
It's your interpretation.
And Mayor, if I could clarify.
And that's why he's the city attorney.
Madam Mayor, if I could clarify.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sean, would you confer the utility of the words normal and regular conduct? Specifically, is it normal and regular for this council to make resolutions about ballot initiatives or candidates?
Normal and regular would be reference to the city council meetings, the date and time and place of meetings, and the regular course conduct of the council. That's the way I am referencing it.
My observation, as actually reflected in an interpretation from MRSC, is that normal and regular conduct, for example, the composition of resolutions, relate to the city's businesses, but not to statewide ballot measures or candidates. Specifically, MRSC in interpretation suggested that this has not yet been tested in case law. But specifically, when the city of Liberty Lake pays for example, contract legal services to prepare a resolution, campaigning for an initiative, this truly tests a boundary. That's, I guess, my primary objection to the consideration of this resolution. So
thank you.
I'm happy to share the results as provided by MRC and introduce that to public record for everyone else's consideration.
Well, I think we had Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Kurtz.
So I'll make a couple of brief comments here. And I want to try to bring this back to the city because I think it's kind of gotten off track. First of all, I think it's important to know that there are other cities in the state that are doing the same exact thing. They're choosing whether they want to support or oppose the initiatives. The reasons why I brought these 2 particular initiatives forward, not all 4 of them, there are 4 on the ballot, but these 2 in particular is because they directly impact our citizens and they directly impact our city and the things we've tried to accomplish as a city. I have 6 reasons why I believe this council should take a position on Initiative 2117. The first is 2,323. That's the number of citizens in our city, voters in our city, who have signed these initiatives. 2,323. That is more votes, if you will, than 5 of the 7 members on this council. Second, 45 cents per gallon is what this is costing, give or take, not only our city, but also the citizens in our city. It's costing families in our city an extra $600 to $700 per year. In terms of the actual cost that it cost our city last year, was $13,219 in extra cost for the citizens via the city of Liberty Lake. It is impacting our small business owners. There was a question asked earlier about, have business owners complained? Yes, they have. Business owners have complained, specifically businesses in our city. Why in our city? Because we're right next to the border. And so you can go over to North Idaho, you can get gas 50 to 60 to 70 cents cheaper per gallon in North Idaho. That has a direct impact on our city, whether we like it or not. There's no evidence right now that this is helping clean up the environment. I supported the carbon tax measure that was on the ballot 5 years ago, 2017, actually more than 5 years ago. I supported that because that went to helping fund priorities to help the environment. This does not go to transportation. Regardless of what talking points are out there, the law specifically states that this cannot be spent on roads and bridges. All you have to do is go read the law. It says right in the law. I will just make one other comment. Who stands to benefit from this? There was a comment made earlier about the Farm Bureau, the union members, the pipe fitters, the home builders, the AWB. Those are critical components of our economy in our state. The farmers, the pipe fitters, the people who build our houses and hopefully help reduce the cost of housing. The small business owners, those are who are being hurt by this. And I think it's very telling that all of those organizations support repeal of this particular law. And I'll just end with Cliff Mass, who is a renowned climate scientist at the University of Washington. He's also supporting repeal of the law. Why? Not because he doesn't believe in climate change or helping the environment, but because he believes that it is not going to do the very things that they said it was going to do. So for that reason and so many others, I would encourage the council to support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilmember Kurtz was next.
I am opposed to the resolutions tonight, both resolutions. I know we're not discussing the second one at the moment, for 4 reasons. I think the city is trying to adhere to the RCW and PDC guidelines around this council's ability to support or oppose initiatives. However, I feel like the boundaries of the laws continue to be tested. That's my opinion. I don't believe that there's been an objective and a fair presentation of the facts on either ballot measure as required by the RCW that was cited earlier. The community that we serve has not asked the city to take a position, nor has the city done outreach to engage our community's perspective on either measure. Further, our city staff has not asked this body to take a position on these initiatives and has not communicated any direct negative impact to the city if the current legislation remains in place. I would like to make a motion to remove both ballot measure resolutions from the agenda tonight until such time as this body has defined a process for considering future ballot initiatives that is in line with relevant RCWs, PDC guidelines, and any relevant city ordinances.
Okay, so we've got a motion.
A second.
Hold on, please. Is that something we can do?
Yeah, she's asking just to remove it from essentially the agenda. You can do
I
that.
just didn't know if that was, I just want to clarify the
Take the-
process.
You would take that motion up and vote on it, and depending on the outcome, either
Okay.
remove it or move forward with the resolutions.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the table and a second by Councilmember Vol to remove these 2 resolutions, 24-266 and 24-267 from the agenda tonight. Discussion. Go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
I think there's been a lot of discussion already about, from citizens and then other council members about the impacts. And I did a deep dive on 2117 today and found 10 pages of things that concern me about this moving forward. A lot of it I feel like it's been oversimplified to be just about gas prices, and that it's a more complex situation than just the gas prices. So I guess I need to be focused more on my amendment. But I think that part of the reason why I want to remove the amendment, the resolutions, is because we were supposed to be getting specific information on the ballot initiatives. The ballot initiatives were not on the last agenda, but we had a presentation on why we should vote no and made that collective decision to bring a resolution forward. The public was not informed about the requirements that are outlined in RCW, in my opinion, and were not at that time afforded appropriate and approximately equal opportunity for the expression of opposing view at the last meeting, which was, in my opinion, not noticed given the content that we discussed because the initiative was not on the agenda. So I feel like we don't have an appropriate process in place to handle these appropriately. And I think that we got to take a moment and get that figured out before we vote on things like this for the city.
All right, so discussion is still on the motion to remove. Councilmember Van Orman, you had a.
Just if we're going to bring up conversation, I think this has been good. The fact that these initiatives are being brought out to the open, that we have a public forum, that our residents are hearing both sides of the initiatives. Whether we take a vote here or not, they are listening to that conversation. So kudos around this dais of bringing up both sides of the situation. I, for one, when cap and trade and even asking early on as a city for us to go back and we would have had to be back before we built anything to sign on to the climate. You can't go back where there's grasslands. That is one of the reasons why I never signed on to the climate change initiative. But that's my conversation. I'm glad it's going around the dais.
Okay, all right, so do we have Jed first? Oh, yeah, because, okay, go ahead, Councilmember Spencer, and then Councilmember Ball.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a conversation earlier about 2025 city legislative priorities coming up. I don't recall anybody stating that we shouldn't have priorities as a city for our citizens and for our businesses. I think this is pretty cut and dry, honestly. We're looking at the effects of a bad policy, in my opinion, a couple of bad policies that became law. And so we have an opportunity to stand up for our citizens. And I feel like if it's within our purview, we're obviously not changing the law. We're not going to vote tonight to change the law one way or another. We're just simply stating as a city that this is our position. And obviously citizens are going to go and read these initiatives for and against and make their own decision. So that's all I can say.
Okay, Councilmember Ball, you're next. Again, conversation is just on the removal.
I'm sorry? What?
Remember that the conversation is just on the removal still.
Right,
Okay.
right. I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
I did want to say something that you said, Councilmember Cargill, 2,323 people have signed the ordinance, is what you said.
No, signed the initiative to put this on the ballot in our city.
Petition.
Petition. You didn't use the word petition. You said ordinance or initiative. I can't remember which, but you did not say
Initiative.
petition. Okay, they signed a petition.
It's an initiative that you sign. You go out and get initiative signatures.
Correct. It was a petition.
Okay. It's an initiative, but okay.
Okay, anybody else on this topic?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah.
I speak in support of Councilmember Kurt's, motion specifically. It appears that those who are speaking in opposition are reflecting back to the nature of the ballot initiatives themselves, rather than procedurally, if this council has defined what is and isn't appropriate insofar as the use of city funds to perform these actions. In my opinion, that's the question at hand. And I believe that this council does not have truly a procedure defined to resolutely do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Dunn. We haven't heard from Councilmember Kennedy yet on this one. No comment. All right.
Not
we're-
on your life.
What?
Not on your life.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yes,
to that?
and then we'll wrap this up.
I 100% agree with Councilmember Dunn. I 100% agree that there is no defined process that we've used in the city to determine how we are going to take positions on any ballot measures, whether they be local or state or county. I mean, we have not defined that. And I would be 100% in support of forming, as Councilmember Kennedy said earlier, I think it was at our last meeting, forming a committee or something that could put together language that says, okay, either we're going to pass an ordinance that says we are never going to take a position on anything, or here's the process by which we are going to handle future ballot measures. And if that were the motion, then I would be in favor of it.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a real quick, Councilmember Kurtz.
I feel like that is the substance of my motion, to figure out how.
Yeah, because
to-
you were you're just asking to remove it from the agenda.
And the other part of the statement was until such time as we have, defined a process for considering future ballot initiatives that is in line with relevant RCWs, PDC guidelines, and other relevant city ordinances.
What she said.
Yes, so my motion to take it off the table tonight is to then potentially bring it back if we have a process in place. So I think you and I are saying the same thing, that we need to have a process, and until we do that, we shouldn't be moving things forward, just to be clear.
All right. Okay, if there's no more questions, thank you for clarifying, Councilmember Kurtz. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Those in support of removal of these two resolutions from the agenda until such time there's a process in the short version, please say aye and make sure you just hold your hands up so I can make sure I get a good vote. Yeah, 3, and those opposed. All right, 4, the motion fails. So we are back to discussing Resolution 24-266. We have heard from Councilmember, I'm sorry, no, the resolution 24-260. We've heard from Councilmember Ball, Councilmember Dunn, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Kurtz. Before we go back around, is there anybody else who would like to make a comment? Hold on, we've already heard, I need to make sure I hear from everybody before we go back around again. Councilmember Spencer Kennedy, I guess not. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I think if we are going to use the language that in some cases that we go to the citizens and we get 50 or 500 or 250, we've heard numbers like that thrown around regarding other topics that we've discussed tonight, regarding support from the community for specific things. If we're going to ignore the number of over 2,000 of our citizens that signed the initiative, then it seems a little bit hypocritical to me.
I will, and again, not taking a position, but just I know for myself, I sign a lot of initiatives and petitions because I like things to go to the voters. It doesn't necessarily mean I support what is on that initiative or petition, just for reference. Okay. Anybody else on this topic before we go to a vote? Oh, Councilmember Kurtz, then Councilmember Ball.
So I wanted to, I guess, put out some different information than what was presented earlier. So currently today, our gas prices are lower than they were in 2022. And Washington State is far from the national average as it was before the carbon tax was passed. The current estimates of the increase in price per gallon is 19%, 19 cents per gallon. After the carbon tax new thing kind of came out and settled out a little bit, the gas prices have actually reduced. And there's data that supports that there's been a big demand for gas and that the demand has a bigger factor and impact on what we pay at the pump than regulatory policies. So I think when we talk about free markets and where the laws of supply and demand provide the basis for our economic system, right now the market behavior is regulated and constricted by the government policies, but the voluntary exchanges are still taking place within the framework of the regulations. So the price is passed on to the consumer because the company can do that, which drives up prices. However, despite the prices, people continue to drive, meaning there's in fact demand even at the increased prices. I think one of the other key things that I learned today is that the petroleum companies are not opposed to the Climate Commitment Act. The Vice President of Communications for the Western States Petroleum Association, who represents ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Shell, doesn't agree with Haywood's approach. He wants to work with legislators to address the shortcomings, not throw the law out. And he was quoted as saying, I think what's missed in this that can be solved without an initiative. This is what we're saying. We're actually in the middle of this saying, hey, let's fix this problem. So I think by throwing it out, I still think that there's the opportunity for our legislators to make an adjustment in this, and that is their job to do. British Petroleum is in favor of keeping the Climate Commitment Act alive. They were quoted as saying, we believe that the market-based economy-wide carbon pricing program will work, and we oppose the initiative to overturn it. Eliminating the cap and invest program would make a $5 billion hole in the budget, not because these funds go directly towards the budget, but there has an offset for the funds in the budget. The legislature would have to rework the budget for those things. British Petroleum, which owns the state's largest oil refinery near Bellingham, spent about $270 million on efficiency upgrades at its facility, estimated to reduce the refinery's emissions by 7%. Cutting its emissions earlier than necessary gave British Petroleum the leeway to bank, trade, or sell its allowances. The Climate Commitment Act rewards us for that. We were doing this anyway, but there's no doubt that the act makes it even better. Businesses have long advocated for a market-based approach to climate policy instead of what they see as heavy-handed regulatory measures. That's part of the reason the Climate Commitment Act ended up as structured as it is, with prices set at auctions and polluters able to buy and sell permits. It is a solution that is market-based, and that's what businesses need to have some predictability around this. The alternative is an incredibly heavy hammer from the government that might bring down emissions, but isn't going to help provide all the benefits that the Climate Commitment Act does. So it's politically more palatable to engage people in the process than it is for the government to then come in and restrict things. The state's goals to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 predates the Climate Commitment Act, and in the cap and trade system does not necessarily mean that the state wouldn't still pressure companies to lower their carbon emissions. Avoiding the heavier hammer is a suspected motivator for why major oil companies like BP, which operates one of the state's 5 refineries, have supported the Climate Commitment Act. The oil companies support this act. I think one of the other remarks that I read today that was kind of resonated with me was that nobody's doing a cost-benefit analysis of doing nothing. And further, the quote said, until you can show me that taking no action is saving us in healthcare costs, property damage costs, insurance costs, supply chain issues, costs that climate change is creating today, then that cost-benefit argument means nothing to me. Initiative 2117 completely hobbles our ability to address climate change in a way that's not going to break our economy or forces us to wait for disasters to get worse. Further, people who are supportive of 2117 assert that an estimated 5.3 billion cap and trade revenue over the next 8 years could attract another 29 billion from federal, private, and other sources. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent on public transportation and active transportation like bike lanes and pedestrian paths intended to encourage people to drive less. Personal vehicles are one of the biggest drivers of emissions statewide. I think that there's a real negative impact to some of our marginalized communities, which Councilmember Ball referenced earlier, specifically our Native American tribes and reservations. And I don't think that all the fear around the gas prices is completely accurate. There's different data out there that suggests that the price is related to supply and demand. It's an economic piece of things, and it's very difficult to determine what causes the up and down of the gas prices, which is why it's been very hard to get data to see if this is working or not. So while I heard earlier that there's no evidence that this is helping to clean up the environment, I don't see that there's any evidence saying that it's not.
All right, thank you.
Just point of order, we're coming up close to that 10:30.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to extend to 11? We still have a lot.
I'll make a motion to extend to 11.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor of extending?
Madam Mayor, discussion.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
In point of clarification, we're now extending the meeting to campaign for and against Initiative 2117.
We still have, we still have city business to finish.
To be very clear,
And
we're choosing to campaign for an initiative rather than taking on the business of the city.
okay, and the vote was to leave these on here and to continue the discussion, so I understand the point. That was,
The motion was on extending to 11,
Yeah.
correct?
yeah. So, so we had who was the second? I'm sorry. Councilmember Spencer. So, all in favor of extending the meeting to 11 PM, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, hold on, let me get the let me start over. Those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand, and please keep it up so I can keep 1, 2,
Sorry, you said those in favor?
yeah,
Yep.
3 in favor. Those opposed?
Nay.
4, okay, so we will be ending the meeting at 10:22. Sean, we have.
No, you can go till
No,
10:30.
yeah, till 10:30.
That's what I meant.
Mayor.
It's 10:22.
Okay, first of all,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion to move to put off resolution 14B and C to the next meeting for discussion. Because we still have the ordinance
Yeah, we do.
that we need to get to.
Okay. So the motion is to table these till the next meeting. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes,
Yes, sorry.
we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on moving B and C to table these to the next meeting. Not, I will go straight to a vote. All right, those in favor of tabling 224, 266, and 267 to the next meeting, please say aye, raise your hand, keep it up. 1, 2, 3. And those opposed? Okay, so.
Nay.
Thank you, I got you. So Sean, so where are we? We haven't extended the meeting. We have 6 minutes left. We got city business to finish, and these are still on here.
Well, I think on 266, there's a motion and a second,
so
right?
let me
So there's
take
a
a vote
motion
on
on the
that.
table for that one.
Let me take a vote on that one.
There's a motion on the table to approve 24-266. Correct,
Yes.
Kelsey? Wasn't there a
Correct.
motion and a second?
Yes.
So there's a motion pending with regard to 24-266.
Make that motion.
That was
Kelsey?
way at the beginning. Councilmember Cargill made the motion and Councilmember Spencer seconded it. That's how we start the
Can we call the
conversation.
vote?
That's, yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that.
Citizen
Citizen
comment.
I'll get there. Is there any citizen comment on 24-266, either in person or online? On this particular resolution? Not hearing any? Okay, so those in favor of approving resolution number 24-266, please say aye and make sure you just keep your hands up so I can get it.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, those opposed?
Nay.
All right, so Kelsey, you got them? All right, so motion passes 4-3. Resolution 24-266 passes. Now, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the table to extend the meeting to
Mayor,
10.
let me say one thing. One thing with regard to, regardless of 267, there is also ordinance 305. So if
Right.
the council wants to consider that under a motion reconsideration, it has to be done at tonight's meeting. Otherwise, you will have to move through the amendment process to the ordinance. So just so everybody knows.
So there is another option. Okay, all right, so, those in favor of extending the meeting to 10:45, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so motion passes 4-3, so we are extended to 10:45. So resolution 24-267. No motion?
Resolution number 24-267, a resolution of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington in support of Washington Initiative 2066.
Okay, I'm not gonna make a motion on this. I was planning to strike the language about supporting the initiative from both of these measures and just keep the issue out there because that is the discussion. But we didn't get enough time to extend the meeting to do that. So I'm just going to leave this where it is.
Okay, so no motion to move resolution 267. Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
You could bring it back for reconsideration because we're still here. We have time now because we
No,
extended the
for
meeting.
267.
I know that, but
Oh.
what he's saying is he was going to take out he was going to take out the part that we have the objection to.
But we have to get to the other ordinances.
We've got the ordinance and we've got an executive session still. Yeah. So if there's no motion to move resolution 267, it goes away and we move on. All right, so ordinance 305. So you made the motion. Can you explain what? the
Yes,
intent is?
so a couple of things. Ordinance 305 is the ordinance
Point
that
of
we.
order.
Yes,
Point of
sir.
order. If I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way that could be brought back is by one of the individuals that voted.
This is just an explanation.
Yeah,
of
I'm
what
just
the
explaining
intent is.
and then,
Okay, go
and
ahead.
then there'll have to be a vote for
I just wanna- I wanna
reconsideration.
make sure
Yeah.
we-
Yeah. we're good.
So ordinance 305 is the ordinance that we considered at the last meeting that had to do with the gas station issue. There was, in the packets that we received, it highlighted it had the two issues in there. The first issue was the number of pumps, which there was concern about at this dais. The second issue was the accessory part. So there were two different pieces to this ordinance, as well as what was approved for the lighting. The challenge that we had is that there was a little bit of confusion in the packet because the part that's referred to as the accessory piece was not highlighted in red. So it was not clear that that was part of the discussion. And so that is why I have asked that it be, and we voted on putting it back on the agenda. My hope is that we can reconsider it and remove the pieces that we don't like, but address the piece that we do like. But obviously, as Councilmember Kennedy just indicated, that would take a motion from someone who was on the opposing side.
The
Or the
prevailing
favor
side.
side. Thank you.
Yeah, so the intent, from what I understand, is to bring back for consideration Exhibit B, but not the change in the quantity of pumps, just the accessory use piece of that exhibit. Kelsey, do you have that? You can pop up at all?
Exhibit B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Councilmember Kennedy, if you had something.
The reason why I asked that question, because it was my understanding that it could not be brought up or even discussed without somebody on the prevailing side bringing it forward. So that's why it is.
Yeah.
If you say that's not the case, then I don't have a challenge with that.
No, so, right, this was the context of what the motion is, but relative to the motion, what you were getting at is with regard to the motion relative to the passage of the ordinance, which was 7-0, versus the motion that was made to remove Exhibit B, which was 4-3. So any of the council members can bring back the ordinance on a motion for reconsideration. There's a vote on that. The ordinance would go back as it is prior to passage. And then to the extent that you wanted to make further changes as a result to the motion that was 4-3 to remove Exhibit B, one of those four members would have to make a motion to reconsider that portion. And it would then, assuming that passed, then you would be back in the original position and able to make the change however you wanted relative to that exhibit.
At that point, I would like to make a motion for reconsideration of ordinance 305.
Second.
Any discussion?
Clarification.
Sure.
When we add on for an accessory, that would go out throughout the whole commercial part.
C1 and C2.
C1 and C2.
It's
Again,
already, okay.
So
DC. Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
with the River District Commercial, C1, C2 in River District Commercial.
correct.
Yeah.
So with that, the only concern that I had again was the waterways. And I thought that you had said that with our wellheads, it's a certain portion away from the wellhead. Is that provision in there for these as well?
Point of
Because
order.
we've got
Yes.
the river.
I believe the question is whether to reconsider,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah,
then
we're
we
not
can-
to that piece
and then
yet.
we
Oh, I
can-
thought that,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
no.
So, okay, so do we, so I'll take the vote on whether for the reconsideration. All in favor of reconsidering this?
Reconsideration of ordinance 305.
Thank you. All right, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion, so we have motion passes 5-2. Kelsey, you have that?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, so now the question is, it sounds like, okay, so we've got that. Now, do we have a motion? Is the motion going to be to,
The motion would be to reconsider removal of Exhibit B from ordinance 305.
I therefore make a motion to receive, excuse me, to remove item B from
to reconsider,
305.
removal, to reconsider the removal?
Yeah.
Of Exhibit B from ordinance
Reconsider
305.
Removal.
Second.
Could exhibit B be, I mean, could this
So
be?
that's it right here. We'll make our way through it.
Are we doing this tonight?
Yeah,
Why?
Why?
because it's a reconsideration. It has to be done at the next meeting.
Or what did you say earlier about what could be done if we don't do this tonight?
You'd have to go through the amendment process of the ordinance.
I feel like there's some urgency that we're not being told about.
It's just on a motion for reconsideration. You have to do it at the night of the
only-
meeting of the
Yeah.
passage or at a subsequent meeting, the next meeting.
Which is
excuse me,
tonight.
Yeah.
Which is tonight.
Otherwise, we have to go through the longer process again.
Well, does
It
this-
basically starts over.
Okay, I feel like I'd be fine with that.
Does this mean that we are approving the 12?
No,
No.
that-
no,
No.
nothing has been approved at
Yeah.
this point. You're
No.
just having another discussion relative to Exhibit B.
Yes,
For the accessory use.
yes.
Correct.
So again, Lisa,
A point of order again.
Yes.
Where the motion is to reconsider
The removal of
the
Exhibit
removal of
B
Exhibit
from
B.
ordinance
Thank you.
305.
Yes.
All right, so any discussion, go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
So if you vote on this tonight, are we voting to accept Exhibit B?
No,
No,
no.
we just can't talk about it until we bring it back.
All you're doing is putting back in a position as if you hadn't voted on it. That's it.
All right, those in favor of reconsidering the removal of Exhibit B, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed?
no, I did vote.
Linda, I didn't, Councilmember Ball, I didn't see your hand either way.
I'm just not clear on this at all. It's late, I'm getting tired. I don't understand what we're voting on.
We'll get there. So this one is just to open the discussion back up to discuss Exhibit B.
But I think what she's saying, is she doesn't understand what she's voting on right this
Yeah,
Right, that's what I
exactly.
mean. That right now, the question is, do you want to, or do you not want to reconsider, open up the discussion to reconsider Exhibit B?
It's fine, we can discuss it.
Okay, so motion passes 6-1. So we are now reconsidering Exhibit B.
tonight.
Yes.
That was what I asked. I'm sorry, I don't mean to burst out, but that was what I asked. Are we doing this tonight? And you said no.
No.
John?
It's the reconsideration of the ordinance is done tonight because it has to be done per the rules at the next meeting. That's why it's being done now.
So is there a subsequent motion?
Yes, Mayor, I
Thank
will
you.
make a motion to remove from Exhibit B
All references
all
to
references to gas pumps.
changing to 12?
Yeah, changing the number of allowable pumps to 12. Does that work?
Thank you.
Second.
A motion and a second to remove all of the references to change number of gas pumps from 8 to 12 from Exhibit B, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Lisa, before I go around.
I have to clarify that
Okay.
if you do that, there will not be a limit on the number of pumps for a gas station as an accessory use.
But it says 8 in the,
It's gonna be-
Not
The
for
doc-
an there, no, that's only for a gas station slash, convenience store.
Okay, can I rescind that?
I don't think there was a second.
Okay, I'll make a motion then
Second.
to,
there was a second. Spencer.
You can make a motion to somebody else can make a motion to amend your motion.
Okay. So that.
Madam Mayor,
So Councilmember Dunn.
I move that the motion be amended to change the word removal to simply the inclusion of the number 8 rather than 12.
Second.
Okay, my motion is second.
Question,
Yes.
because now what we have is a maximum of 8,
Correct.
But
Okay.
allowing for an accessory use.
right? So, very good,
So-
just clarification.
Okay, so those in favor of,
Excuse me.
Yes.
What did you just say, Jen?
For the accessory.
The discussion last meeting was, we were talking about two things. Allowing for accessory use, which we didn't have as a city, and also taking that limit in the areas where gas is allowed and increasing that number to 12, but also making the number 12 in the accessory use. So the discussion tonight is simply, let's get rid of the number 12, go back to 8, but at least we're gonna allow for a provision for accessory use. At least that's the way I understand it.
Yes.
okay. All right, so we still have the motion on the floor for the amendment
To Chris's original.
to Chris's original motion. So it would. Does everybody understand what that is?
It feels really muddy.
Okay.
I mean.
So,
Good
so
word,
this,
yeah.
so this would leave correct me if I'm wrong, this would leave Exhibit A to allow for the accessory use with a limit of 8 pumps, correct?
Exhibit
No,
A was-
Sorry, Exhibit B.
Yes, so what this would
Thank you.
do is it would allow for, it would keep the standards for a gas station / convenience store the same as it is now. It would also permit the accessory use
Right.
with all the other conditions, but limit the accessory use to 8 pumps, which is what is the condition on the existing gas station / convenience store.
And also it would leave the no truck stop.
It would also leave the no truck stop provision. Yeah, it would keep everything the
Yes.
same except the number of pumps for an accessory use.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I feel like there's all this verbal dialogue and I want to actually read it. To know what I'm
Yeah.
actually voting on. And I feel like we are rushing. I understood what was said earlier, but I feel like we could have had this discussion earlier too. This could have been ordered differently in the agenda so that we're not pumped up against this, being all confused myself.
I know the proper place was, and we just discussed with the city attorney, the proper place was ordinances, so there was really nowhere else to put it. So we can, if you go to the top of that, Kelsey, the top of Exhibit B. All right, so it would leave the truck stops. It would leave the fueling stations as an accessory use.
Yep.
Or it would be added, right? Next page.
As a limited
And
use
just-
specifically.
everywhere else there.
Yes.
Nothing on this page, next. Nothing on this page, next.
What it changes is the proposed standard.
12C.
Yep.
This would remain at 8.
Yep.
Yeah.
13A, that would stay there except because it would eliminate truck stop as a use. Next. Nothing on this page.
No, go back.
No, go back.
At the
That's
bottom of
where it
that
wasn't
paragraph,
read.
It said 12, so that would be
Okay,
changing.
so all of those references to
8.
12 would be 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Next one.
So, no, actually, Mayor, if you go back to the, I can look over Kelsey's shoulder and read it.
All right, do we have a motion to extend the meeting to 11? We still have an executive session after this.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11.
Second.
We have all in favor of extending the meeting to 11, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-2. Go ahead.
So this is, these
Yeah, if we can make it really fast.
Yeah.
These are the standards for the accessory fueling station. A, fueling stations must be accessory for municipal use that is permitted within the zone. This would be the.
So 13D would be 8.
Except that truck stops as the principal use shall be expressly prohibited. B, underground storage tanks and stormwater disposal shall not be located within the 1,000-foot radius of a wellhead. C, pump islands and other fuel dispensing tanks, e.g. propane, shall be located at least 25 feet from the right-of-way lines. And D, fueling stations shall not exceed 8 pump sites. A pump site is one dispenser, which may be double-sided. Does that help?
Next. There's no changes on that one. Next. Nothing on that one. Next. And next one. There's nothing on this one. Next. Nothing. Go ahead. Nothing on this one. This one. I'll take it back. This here's your 8. It'll stay 8. Next one. Okay, truck stops. This one, D11D would be 8.
Would be the exact same as the one that I just stated.
Yep.
Next. Next. Looking for 12. Next. That's the end of it,
Yep.
correct?
That's it.
So we still have the motion on the table, whether or not to,
Dan's motion.
Dan's motion.
Yeah.
So Dan, can you restate?
Madam Mayor, I move that in Exhibit B, number 12 be replaced with the number 8.
Second. Oh, you already seconded.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, just want to restate. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Well, other than the fact that we had to do this week because of whatever law, why are we doing this? What is?
Because a couple, well, go ahead, Councilman Kennedy.
I agree with Councilman Kurtz. I have never been comfortable with the process that you have to bring it up in the next meeting. Because there's usually whatever it is, there's so emotion around that, you need time to be able to think it out, especially if it goes to committees and things of the sort here. But by law, we're forced to do this. I don't like that part of it. Now, when I voted on that, I knew exactly what accessory was. I knew exactly what the pumps was. I voted against it because of the pumps going from 8 to 12. I didn't have a hang up on the accessory. Okay, that's why I voted against it, but I didn't have an option to split those. So what I can't do is say, yeah, I'll do this one, but I'm not gonna do this one. I have to say yes on both of them or no on both of those. I agree with Councilman Kurtz. If anything, we look forward in the future is that we need to look at that. I have never been comfortable with that situation because it puts us in the position we are tonight.
All right, so the question on the floor is still Dan's motion to basically change the 8, any references from 12 pumps to 8 and leave everything else, correct?
Yeah, it's just.
Correct.
Chris's original motion, but
Yep.
yes, that's
My
correct.
question wasn't answered though. I mean, other than the timing thing, why is this so important? Right?
Madam Mayor, may I take a run at that?
Yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Wall, I believe the intention is to preserve the utility of accessory use
Mhm.
in this action. It is not increasing the count or quantity
Right.
in any way. It's really just now introducing the limited, and that's a keyword, accessory use of fueling stations to these zones. Does that help?
Yeah,
Those weren't previously allowed. That's the issue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Accessory use was not previously allowed, so it's just allowing accessory uses to be similar to every other option in the city that has a
Limited, that is important.
right.
Correct, correct. Okay, so those in favor of Councilmember Dunn's motion to amend Councilmember Cargill's motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes 6-1. So now we have an amended motion.
Can I make a motion then to approve ordinance 305 as amended?
Your motion is still on the table, which is original, and it's just been amended, so you don't have to make another motion on top of it, because you've already made the motion originally.
Okay, so we're done.
So
Yeah.
now we have to take a vote on approving this.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So one last tidbit. So those in favor of approving the the addition of Exhibit B as amended, again, which adds the accessory use as a limited use and keeps all of the quantities of pumps at 8, please say aye.
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 All right, those opposed. Councilmember Ball, I didn't see which way.
Aye.
Okay, all right, motion passes 6-1. All right, is that it? Okay, all right. All right, no emergency ordinances. If it's okay, can we skip upcoming agenda items? Okay, and citizen comments, if we have anybody in chambers, that's all, everybody's staff. Is there anybody online with a citizen comment? If not, we are going to adjourn to executive session. We will come back at 11 PM with no decision. Is there anybody for citizen comments?
Madam Mayor, if you could just ring my mobile number,
Yep.
I'm happy to talk by phone.
I'll take my phone with the, and do that.
Mayor, did you announce the RCW?
Oh, no, RCW 4230-110-1C regarding real estate.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, 11 PM on the nose. We have not, there were no decisions made. We are adjourned. Have a good night.